Welcome to Yerba Talks.
Welcome to another video review. I am Max. This is Kat, and today we have one of our favorite worst debaters ever, Nadir Ahmed. We have Isa with us, and we have.
He'll probably get back on. Yep, he's here.
Where?
It's like his of devices.
Sorry, I had a bunch of stuff playing in the headphones. I didn't realize. Oh, we lost. We got Kaja back, but we lost him again. So before we do anything, make sure to do the social things like share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, just the corner of your street, and you'll subscribe to Yerba Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. All right. Happy Canada Day to all of our Canadian friends. Let's freaking go. I don't know of any cool ways to chant for Canada, so let me know. Dragon Sword said, Nadir of the Barrel must be the one defending Hadith who's got fetal alcohol syndrome on their bingo card. I already watched this, so I'm not going to spoil it. But
Nadir responded, so he might be coming. I hope he does.
Oh, no.
We got to get his feedback of why he made these certain positions. We need to know.
We have Barcelona also says, drinking game. Isa claims someone doesn't understand biblical Judaism. I mean, dude, in my experience, 95% of Christians don't understand Christianity, let alone Judaism. So
I mean, that's just an interesting question. I mean, I'm curious where that's coming from. Welcome, Kaja, to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum, internet.
What were you going to say about the question? Biblical Judaism is different.
Doesn't understand biblical Judaism. I mean, why? How could people know about it? It's like very esoteric. Like, unless you're in the community, you're not really going to know it. You know what I mean? I think it's like most communities, though. There's a lot of cultures. Like, a lot of people know. Like, I'm going to tell you one funny thing. Being on the internet, no one knows about Sufism. Kaja knows that too. Like, when we go to Muslim Discord, these people have like no knowledge of what Sufism is, what Tasawwuf is. Even though it's like a big part of Islam, they don't know what it is. Yeah. And it's like really shocking. Like their education on Sufism is super low. So I'm like, it's the same thing. People just don't know a lot about a lot of things. You know, here's another thing people don't know about. People don't know a lot about atheism. They think atheism's a religion. And I keep going and I'm like, atheism's not a religion. You know how I know? My family is atheist. My mom's family are predominantly atheists. I have like one, like besides my mom and my uncle who became an evangelical Christian, everybody's like an atheist or secular humanist. That's what I grew up with. I grew up with a family who was atheist, you know? Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I know what atheism is. It's not what these people are like, atheism's this religion. And I'm like, it's not. It's really not. I'm sorry.
The one that gets me when people claim that is like, oh, you hate God. It's like, no, I don't. I can't hate something that I don't think exists. That is nonsensical. All right, let's go.
Nice. Yeah, welcome back to Modern Day Debates. Sorry about the wait. Normally we do it at 9 p.m. and I would drop the ball on that one. I'm just going to go ahead and take it. But anyways, we got a Muslim versus Muslim debate today. Is the Hadith essential to Quran? And we are welcoming back Nadir here. Nadir, hello. Welcome back. And then we also, is this your first time on here, Mohammed?
No, I've been here a few times.
Okay, then welcome back. I have yet to host one with you, so
that thing that he has on the back wall, that's the Shahada, isn't it? Muhammad.
Where? That says Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It says it's the Bismin. It's the Bismin.
Okay.
No, actually, Muhammad from Allah would not really be into the Shahada because that's more Sunni
Because
Islam.
Shahada is Hadith. Okay.
Yeah, they're not into like the Prophet Muhammad. Like that's not a big thing. Like they're really just focused on Allah. That's most Quran only Muslims. That's their position.
Okay.
I can talk more about Quran only Islam because I've learned a lot about it recently. So it's a lot. It's very different than like your standard Sunni or Shia perspective.
Okay.
This is my first one here.
And one thing else,
Fixing
I'm so
Nadir's
sorry,
camera there.
Max.
Yes.
Nadir emailed me. He feels like he's not going to get a fair opportunity, so he gave me an argument. So we can talk about that later. The argument he sent. So.
Sure. I mean, I was planning on. There are some very, very lovely nuggets in the comments from Nadir right here in the bottom. So I was thinking of going through some of those. Like always, he latches on what he thinks is an unbeatable argument and just repeats it over and over and over and over. But yeah, it's just Nadir being Nadir.
And so what we agreed in an email was that we would do 12 minutes openings, and then we're going to do, the rest of the time that we usually have for the first hour or so is going to be just an open discussion, but we'll do timed responses. We'll try to keep.
I love that Nadir can't be an adult and have a civilized debate. That is just, it's peak Nadir. And of course, we're going to set up a little timer, a little counter here. Nadir stuff said. We all know what that means. Welcome, Huda. How are you doing?
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Yes, I invited Huda to come. Huda is an expert on Quran only Islam, so she can definitely help on explaining, kind of Muhammad's position too. She knows a lot about submission and these types of things. So, and Nadir would be your kind of traditional Sunni Muslim. So,
Assalamu alaikum, Huda. I invite you to give salams to the internet.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Yeah, I know. Even though I've spoken to Muhammad from God as well personally a few times, so I'm quite familiar with that background. But yeah.
Nice, awesome. All right.
Around 2 minutes a piece, and I'll be timing those and telling you when to stop. And then should have a timer on the screen here on the next debate we do. Just want to give everyone a quick heads up to get your tickets to DebateCon. We have a great event coming up in Dallas. If you can see right next to me right here, Jay Dyer and new doing big debate.
We'll be debating about why you should follow the Islamic scripture, the Hadith. I'll be debating its reliability. And I think it's important to point out, that if you look here on modern day debate, there's really only one religion, which is doing what I'm doing. And Muhammad. So in many ways, we're kind of both the winner, that we are actively presenting evidence for why, for the reliability of our scriptures. What is the scientific, prophetic, archaeological evidence proving Muhammad is a true prophet from our scriptures? Only the religion of Islam is doing that. Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism. You will not see any of those debates. They run away from those debates because there's a few which are out there. Like I'll just take one example, reliability of the New Testament. There are a couple of them out there, but the Christians see them as a mistake never to be repeated. So you could look at, some of the people, especially with the big YouTube channels, the Christians, they will never debate that. They will never do what I'm doing here today,
Oh my God, Nadir, you got 10 dings because those same people that you're appealing to bash on the Christians, they would debate you and show how your position is also wrong. So you get 10 dings for that, just FYI.
Defend the reliability of your scriptures, so that we could confidently say that the case for Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, the case is dead for those.
How many times have we told you, Nadir? Your religion hinges on Judaism and Christianity being true. If they're false, your religion is false. There's whole sections of the Quran speaking about what happened in the Bible and in the Torah. I can't. I watched this. The first time that I watched this, I was with a lady friend, and she was watching the World Cup, and I was checking in. And every time I tuned in, Nadir was saying something dumb.
Religions. It died maybe 15 years ago. Well, I would say actually 30 years ago. People are not, they are very smart to know that you don't go up against great scholars like Dr. Bart Ehrman, Dr. Richard Carrier, and try to defend the reliability of the New Testament. They make their solo videos. Only Islam meets that challenge. So without further ado, let me get started here. I'm going to, so this is a victory lap for both me and Muhammad here. In many respects, we are the winners.
No!
This is the only religion which is, aggressively doing our job, just arguing the case for why our belief is true. Only the religion of Islam. So you might wonder, then what are those other guys doing? If they're not doing their job, well, they're just attacking Islam all day. Like 95% of their debates is just attacking the champion religion of Islam. That's a big joke. So it's a shame. It's a big shame. You could kind of say to be a Christian, a Jew, a Muslim, that you're apologizing.
He's lost like a minute on this nonsense. Like,
Yeah, why is he even bothering? Like, skip this shit. It
I
has
don't
nothing to
understand
do.
why. Yeah, it's so weird because I'm just like, we're supposed to be debating Quran and Hadith and Quran only. So why are you bringing up Jews and Christians? Like, that's not
it's
relevant.
called grandstanding. He does a lot of that.
Just cannot debate these topics like scientific errors, slave beating in their books, stuff like that, because they know there's no defense to these indefensible teachings of their religion. But anyways, let me get started
Can we
here.
stop there for a
So I'm going
second?
to share my screen.
Yes.
Now, as a person who studied religion like most of my life, the issue is that these things exist in all religions within the history. This is why I encourage people to take more spiritual approaches to religion as opposed to like literal approaches. The literal approaches are going to have these dark things. So like to be like, oh, well, these other religions have bad things in it. Do you know what Christian apologists do? They spend their whole time looking at Hadith, looking at verses from the Quran, and giving really intense interpretations, tafsir, exegesis. This is what they do professionally, and they get thousands and thousands. They're super famous for this stuff. So to kind of come in and be like, oh, I'm just going to put my head in the ground. I'm like, it's not really honest. Like, you have to engage this stuff. See, as when I defended Islam, I never took this approach. If you ever rewatch my debates of Islam, I'm always accountable. I never take a place where I'm like, Islam is perfect. I'm like, there's flaws in history and all of these things, right? All religions have their beautiful things and their difficult things, right? I always do that. I feel when I hear this opening so far, I'm like, this is not what's being represented. It's like, Islam is perfect. Everything's good. Look at these other religions. They're bad. And I'm like, are you like an expert in these other religions? Like, I have a problem with that. Like, as a person who studied religion, I'm like, you're just going to say, oh, look at these things. And they're like, what do you say about Jainism? Like, do you have like a real critical analysis against Jainism where it's like Jainism is this vile religion? I'm like, you can't. Like, Islam has warfare. Jainism doesn't. Like, they do this thing called ahimsa, which is like, no harm. They have like the ultimate no harm principle. Like, they're like, I don't even want to step on the ground because I might kill something. Like, that's
yes.
duty. And what about religions that promote vegetarianism? Like, you have these difficulties. Like, you can't try to pit Islam in all of its essence and be like, oh, this is the most ethical thing, when there are like religions that have veganism and vegetarianism and have extreme no harm principles. Like, you just have to be kind of ignorant. The way to engage Islam is you have to engage it through a different lens. It'd be like, Islam is an ocean. There's an ocean of elements within Islam, and there's really beautiful things, and there are things that are problematic and questionable, and we have to look at the ocean as a whole. Sorry, continue.
No problem. No, and for example, when the ones I think it's Buddhist monks that they're very careful with like where they step and so on because they don't want to kill anything. I personally think that holding to that idea, like death is part of life, and if you're walking and you step on a bug, it's like, what you gonna do? There's like trillions more of those, right? I think it's a little bit counterproductive, but it's a bit more respectable than, for example, the halal butchering of animals and the kosher. I've heard people say, oh, the animals suffer less. And I think not too long ago they did an actual study on butchered animals, and it turns out that they suffer more pain. So, there's caveats to most positions, right?
I love science for knowing that.
Right? Yeah. All right.
Over here, why should we follow the topic really here is hadith essential to Islam? Yes. Why? Because
I'm going to give him 10 dings. Nadir, make a presentation. Don't use your silly Google document. Dude, you're a professional debater. Like, are you kidding me?
That is hilarious.
Every single time.
It's not even Microsoft Word. It's just the Google
No,
Doc.
just Google Docs.
here are the reasons. Number one, hadith passes the Quran. Is my screen being shared by any chance? Okay.
Okay, I got
hadith.
This is a classic, but this is Bestie Nadir. He always says, "Is my screen being shared?" That is like a line every single debate. He says that, "Is my screen being shared?" Watch every single debate he says that line. That's a line you have to put in. That's like
good on him to check and make sure.
Gareth says, I love listening to Isa talk, but he makes me feel so base, surface level on all my thinking.
Well,
the Quran.
You're based. I'm not going to say you're base. You're based, bro.
Basil, we're not talking about this today. Ask a question about Islam. We're dealing with Islam today.
Well, I mean, I think that's an interesting question. I'm like, we're not going to talk.
No, wait, Isa. He wants you to explain train substations.
Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, he's talking about like Jesus. He's talking about the transubstantiation.
We've got so many train stations where we live. We've got train stations for an L, a subway. We've got multiple regional rail lines and Amtrak.
And they're wave dancing too, right? But I would say the one thing is, like, it's so interesting. Like, I always find it funny, the transition from Judaism into Christianity, because, like, I don't think that's a big deal in Jesus' teaching, is this thing about, is he divine? Is he not divine? It's more like, what is the wisdom he's teaching? Like, at least that's how I live my life. I'm like, what is the wisdom these people are teaching? Like, are they divine or not? Like, who cares? Like, that's my personal opinion. Like, I'm just interested in the wisdom. Like, will their teachings make me a better human? And in some ways that kind of makes me sort of like a secular humanist,
I mean, but yeah, you can take that position with a lot of stuff. You can take valuable moral lessons that are significant and transformative to a person from reading just a fictional book.
I agree.
I mean, you can find meaning in all sorts of stuff. But Basil, we actually did a review of a debate in transubstantiation. We didn't finish it, but the first part is interesting. It's me and Dr. J, and we were baffled throughout the whole debate. But yeah, let's carry on.
Gold standard. Both of them are miracles, not just one.
I've never heard any other Muslim ever claim that the Hadith are also miracles. Is that like a default position? Is like a widespread position? Is Nadir being cheeky? What's going on here?
Hadith is really interesting. I actually just took a Hadith class at my school. I'm getting a master's in Islamic studies. Hadith it's interesting because actually the Prophet of Islam wrote a Hadith that said, don't act, like, there's a Hadith attributed to the Prophet of Islam where it says, don't write Hadith about me because I'll be attributed as being a divine person. So don't actually attribute my sayings. It's funny that there's actually Hadith that neutralizes Hadith.
Yeah.
So Muslims have to figure a way around that. But the Hadith it's like a useful tool that usually, if you're like a standard Sunni, you say like the scholars should deal with these things and you don't really meddle in this stuff. You should have experts like the people who are masters of usul fiqh, like jurisprudence, people who are experts of this, like faqihs, jurists and qadis. You don't really have just regular people looking at these things. Saying they're miraculous, that doesn't make sense because the Hadith system is called the Hadith science uses the isnad system, which is the chain. Mm-hmm. So it's like this person said to this person that said to this person, and that's like your pedigree. It's hard. It's a very hard thing to say. Like the Hadith are
Wait, I think I get it. Because if you play Whisper Down the Lane, like we did in 4th grade, and I don't know what the teacher whispered to the kid, but it came back to her as Batmobile. And so it would be a miracle if she played Whisper Down the Lane with a class and the word came back to her that she originally whispered to the first kid. That you'd have to agree that was a miracle, right? Through 30 kids, you got the same word back?
Yeah, it's I it doesn't resonate with me too much, the whole hadith and the grading and so on, because then I see stuff. I've seen it. People have brought up Sahih hadith to Nadir, and he just says, "Oh no, that's fake. That's a fake hadith." It's like, well, Nadir, it's Sahih according to your own metric. So how are you hand waving it so easily? I think that's kind of problematic, and of course the whole oral tradition thing, it's shaky for me.
God will protect his reminder, and the reminder is the hadith. Very important point. We follow the hadith irregardless of the whole isnad and narrators and the science of men. We follow it irregardless of that, which is a very important point. So please, MG, my opponent here, don't waste our time talking about the isnad. That has nothing to do with it. We follow.
He's talking about the science of man. That's called ilmul rijal. It's the knowledge of men. That's what he's referring to.
Okay.
So just want to make sure that's what he's talking about. Like, these are the sciences of men.
Well, I just wanted to make a point. I just feel like what he just said is not really a good position if you're supporting the hadith, right? Like you're saying we're following this anyways, regardless of it's not like the whole it's just I think it kind of defeats the purpose, right? Like,
Yep.
we're gonna follow this anyway, and it's just like I think Muhammad from God would have to talk about the isnad. So to ask him not to talk about it, I just feel like is not a fair point.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's Nadir trying to preemptively avoid counter arguments. And he goes, I don't know if you watched this, Huda, before, but oh man, he goes down the deep end like I've never seen before.
Follow it because it is a.
I'm sorry?
I was saying I haven't watched it yet, so I'm excited.
Oh boy.
Miracle like the Quran. That's the reason why. Okay. And the Quran says follow the ayats. And the ayat, that's like a breadcrumb trail, leads you straight into the hadith. And then the most damning evidence, historical evidence. Within 20 to 50 years after the death of the Prophet of Islam, the early Muslims followed hadith. Then there came a challenge.
Nadir, that's you have 50 years of nebula there. That is a bad point. That's so bad.
Challenge in the Quran. Bring a book better than the Quran and the Torah. What? Quran and the Torah? What are you talking about? It's Quran alone. Ask my opponent. It's Quran alone. But Allah said that it is not sufficient. It had to use something called a mosaic revelation, Quran and Torah. The Torah has errors in it, it has contradictions in it, it has scientific errors in it. It also has God's word in it, but yet Allah has juxtaposed the Quran and the Torah. And Allah said, bring a book better than that. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And it said, follow it. And we're going to bring that book, and it is Hadith. So.
What? I think it's hard for me to grasp that they feel that the Hadith is so holy as the... Because I understand people under the word of God. People thinking that the books are the word of God, how that would be important. But the Hadith, I can't wrap my head around.
Could we argue that he's committing shirk if he's saying that the Hadith is better in combination with the Quran than the Torah and the Quran?
A little bit. But, I mean, I was like, hey, wait, Nadir, you're bordering shirk territory deeper into the debate. I swear.
Like those are
Yeah.
humans. Like Islam says to not believe in religion, to believe in God, to not believe in things that come from humanity, to believe in things that come from God. Well, what is this?
No, it gets way worse. It's insane.
We don't, we're going to replace Quran and Torah with Quran and Hadith tonight, a superior book, because Hadith, and this is the most important point of tonight's debate, it is the best guidance for all of humanity. We don't care what the Isnad says. If you say, show me the Isnad, and what about, the chains of narrative, show me the Isnad for Surah Al-Fatiha. Quranic point of view has no concept of Isnad. Or these things. Now, I'm not saying don't follow the Isnad, but what I'm saying is to answer the question tonight, should we follow the Hadith? Is it essential? It has nothing to do with that. So without further ado, let's get to this astonishing scientific miracles which is found inside the Hadith. The Quran says inside chapter 2, verse 23 of the Quran, and if you are in doubt about what we have revealed to our servant, then produce a surah like it. The point here is that this is something a human being cannot do. The same miracle isn't found inside the Hadith. There are also ayats inside the Hadith greater than even what you're going to read in the Quran. Let's look at some of these.
You see, this is when I went like, oh wait,
my
no, that is
goodness.
Shirk.
They should have never had him in this debate, because I'm just like, if you're making claims like this, I think the standard Sunni would even be offended,
Yes.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, Mohammed actually tells him like, bro, you're lucky you're in the US, because
I tried to ask him what his Islamic background is, and he just said he's a Muslim. And for Muslims, there is no difference in Islamic background. They're all just Muslims. Whoa.
I mean, a very Nadir answer. Completely incorrect.
70 plus branches of faith. I think recently that it was shown that there are 77 existing different distinct branches of Islam in the world right now.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that.
Miracles. And so remember, although it's a scientific miracle, it's the same gold standard evidence. It's something a human being cannot do. It's just a different example. The Arabs could not produce a linguistic miracle of the Quran. And
what is a linguistic miracle? I never understood that point, because there are some good books.
Well, you could say Shakespeare is a linguistic miracle.
Run DMC.
Yeah, Run DMC. Sure.
Yes. Eminem is a linguistic miracle. The things that he does with words, no one else can do.
Yeah, it's weird. This is weird. Weird.
Especially when you speak more than one language and you read. I've read the same book in Spanish and English, and generally the original languages are better than the translations, right? Because there's hidden nuances in the uses of language and so on. But I don't get this whole linguistic miracle. What is Borges invented the word optimist, right? Before him, the word didn't exist. So is that a tiny miracle to invent a word that describes a concept that is a whole thing, right?
It's because word power can plow through acres of cornfields. Paragraphs cut like warm steel perform ill.
Well, Panties says, shark fact of the day. Shark intelligence is measured by brain to body size ratio and problem solving skills. Short fin macos win both categories and are considered the smartest shark species. Well,
someone's having a Shark Week right now. Do they always post shark facts? That's cool.
Yes, every day, every single day.
And they're having Shark Month.
Yeah. Basel asked me, I'm pretty sure it's Borges or one of the other big Spanish writers, but give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's. I need to check my source on that. I'll get back to you on that one. Let's put a pin on it. I don't remember if it's Borges or the other one. Who? No, I don't think it's Garcia Marquez. Well, never mind. Carry on. We'll carry on.
And what you are going to see over here is that there are statements in the Hadith which cannot be produced, which cannot, a human being could not have authored it, simply because it is advanced knowledge way ahead of the time. So let's take a look at those real quick here. Okay. There is an authentic Hadith over here, which, oh, that's really small. Let me make that bigger. I'm gonna whip through this very quickly. So just please hit pause on your YouTube channel, just to get my notes here. Okay. So it states over here, Muhammad stated that Arabia used to be green and will return to being green. This has been confirmed by science. Let's look at what it states here. It says the last hour will not come before wealth becomes abundant and overflowing, so much so that a man takes the zakat out of his property and cannot find anyone to accept it from him until the lands of Arabia revert to meadows and rivers. Is that really true that it used to be meadows and rivers and now it's going to be meadows and rivers again? Science has confirmed it. I'm quoting from the website natureasia.com. I'm going to go through this very quick. It said, because hippos cannot survive in a very arid and dry situation, so the environment had to have been green for them to survive.
5 minutes.
So there, yeah. So there were surely lots of lakes and rivers across Arabia. Clear scientific miracle. Now he must say, no, this is the words of the human beings. This is ayat. This is the word only Allah could have known that.
Or, the history of people that have been inhabiting that area for a while. What? This is so silly.
And then it states over here, that this is taken from NASA. It's showing Arabia becoming green again. Exactly what we read in.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with people actively seeking ways. I don't remember what I was watching, but a couple of days ago I was watching they invented like a device that extracts moisture from the air in the middle of the desert, and they're trying to revegetate the desert that way, right? So it's not like there's people actively trying to make use of a patch of land that is just sand. This is so dumb. What were you going to say, Isa? Sorry.
No, it's okay. Do you remember the debate that I had with the legendary, who's no longer debating, Jay Vignor, as you called him?
Jay Vignor. Hashtag.
Yes. And it's actually, this is in my colleague's work, Dr. Wood's work. There's 7 Ajwa dates. The 7 Ajwa dates that will purify any poison. This is an issue. And like, what happens when you deal with like hadith that could be called fabricated hadith, but they look like they're sahih? Like, a lot of these empires created hadith that supported them. That's what you learn when you're studying hadith. This is what occurred. So it's like, my issue with this presentation is he's kind of cherry picking. He's taking hadith that suit him. Like, what about killing black dogs? That's what they do in Pakistan, my favorite country. I could make a whole YouTube channel about Pakistan. Like, it's like my favorite topic. But they kill dogs in Pakistan because there's a hadith that talks about killing dogs. So it's like, what do you do with that? You know what I mean? What do you do with this type of situation? So like, you can't just I feel that my problem with Nadir's position is, and this is like, I think Nadir and I are kind of like opposites when it comes to this. I'm very hesitant about making absolutist claims. Nadir is very confident about making absolutist claims. Like, he just is okay with making these claims. And I'm like, you do know if you get fact checked, you're not going to look good. Like, you're just like, the hadith are great. And I'm like, yeah, it's a lot more complex. It's a lot more difficult. There's a reason why Muhammad of God takes the position he does, and Semitters and Quran onlyists. There's a reason why they take their position, and I think you need to have some humility. And I feel that's one of my problems with this with this position, you know. But yeah.
The Hadith. Let's take a look at the second one. This is a scientist, Eric Widmar. He basically discovered, guess what? There's alcohol in your blood. Yeah, it's called the BAC, blood alcohol concentration. God, he spent a lot of his life trying to determine that, but he didn't have to. You know why? Because this is stated inside the authentic Hadith over here. Oh, this is actually a Hadith over here, which says that it's talked about alcohol, and the traces of it remains in his belly and his veins. We're referring
Dude
to
is
alcohol.
obsessed with alcohol.
Yes.
He's got to be a member of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Which is like hilarious because the other argument he has that no amount of alcohol is safe for consumption because it produces brain damage. And the last time he was here, I pressed him. I need the study. He only cites news articles about the study and refused to give me the actual study because I'm pretty sure that the study doesn't say what Nadir says, or that the amount of brain damage is comparable to other things that we do normally and people don't care, like about your normal life, right? So I suspect there's stuff there, and there's a reason why he's obscuring the actual source, like the actual scientific study. He literally refused to give me that thing, and because I wouldn't quit, he rage quit and left.
Another scientific miracle. That's only a God could have known that. So this is ayat, what Allah was saying. So now, if my opponent rejects all the scientific evidence, he'll have to reject the Quran. So this is the Islamic dilemma which he's in. Then why?
No, Nadir, you can't bring up the Islamic dilemma. It's a big problem for you. Don't do that. I love how he just tries to take other people's arguments and make it his, but no, this is not the Islamic dilemma. It's just not. For those of you who can't read here, it says whoever drinks khamr and does not get intoxicated, his salah, the prayer, will not be accepted so long as any trace of it remains in his belly or his veins. And if he dies, he will die a kafir. If he becomes intoxicated, his salah will not be accepted for 40 nights. And if he dies during them, he will die a kafir. Interesting.
Why should we follow the Quran then? So you see, there is no way other than to accept what is written, accept this, what the Hadith as being essential, because these are the ayat, these meaning signs which God told you to follow in the Quran, and those signs are in the Hadith. Now let's look at this.
Max, I missed it. Did he try to stop the Islamic dilemma and misrepresent it?
Yes. He said that the alcohol thing was the Islamic dilemma.
The alcohol.
Yes.
Man, maybe he's been listening to too much Iron Maiden. I know every time I head bang to Iron Maiden, people tell me I'm going to get brain damage.
Yeah, from the movie. That's rock music has never been my thing. But if I have something on my bucket list, which I will never be able to fulfill, is have long hair and be able to headbang.
Yeah, I've gotten to do that. Alhamdulillah.
I never had long hair, so that's
Yeah, I saw MSI live and things.
Basil says, do you think this mumbo jumbo MDD is more interesting than Flat Earth, your bread and butter? Well, no. Well, actually, my bread and butter are these debates. I know more about this than I do about Flat Earth, actually.
No more bread and butter.
I have more fun with Flat Earth because I get to call people stupid for free.
I think that we talk about Flat Earth, but the thing is, our job here at Yerba Mate Talks is we review the debates. It's been hard because we don't have a plan. That's one thing we want to tell our audience. We don't know when these debates come in, so we can't even plan for them. Like before, there was a very systematic schedule, and we used to review all the debates. So we've been making our own content because we don't know about when these debates are coming. And I think we should know when they come randomly, like they come last minute. It's not very good for us, It's not fair to us.
The one yesterday was set for I think it was July 22nd or something like that, right? And then all of a sudden I realized in the afternoon, oh, this debate is today. And then there's been like more boring debate and more political, the wills, and so it's kind of, we're being a bit more selective with the stuff that is interesting. And of course, because I do like the scheduling, if I do I do whatever I feel like in the moment, and I'm kind of erratic, so that's what we get. Is it now?
Makes me a little concerned for MDD if they can't keep and follow a schedule with consistency anymore.
No, I don't know. I don't. About a year and a half ago, though, that started to change. The debates were like scheduled usually 1 week in advance, so you could make plans and you would know more or less what was going on and the topics and blah blah blah. But I don't know. It's changed quite a bit.
Scientific miracles. Monkey consumption, a great threat to mankind. Wonderful. Shouldn't eat monkeys. But guess what? Quran, people following the Quran and all the people who are not Muslims, they eat monkeys. What's the problem with that? Well, from the monkeys, and these are called zoonotic animals. You get zoonotic diseases like Ebola, which is spreading right now, AIDS, and Ebola, AIDS, and I forget about the other zoonotic disease, COVID. Yeah, I'm sorry, COVID. Guess what? The Prophet of Islam, it states right here, an astonishing scientific miracle. Allah's messenger forbade the eating of meat of beasts having fangs. So here's my point. My argument is not that, yes, Muslims should follow Hadith. My argument is everybody should follow Hadith, irregardless of your religion, because the consequences of not doing so are so catastrophic that it has the potential to end all of humanity. So these are the ayats which Allah left inside the Quran. So and the miracles, I have, unfortunately my time is up. There's so many here, but the point here.
Well, you should have organized your opening instead of rambling on about nothing for like 2 minutes.
Oh, I need to tell you guys that I'm the only person on this debate channel who plays Smash Brothers. I wave dash all over the platform. You can see me in a video with Mewtwo King if you start looking him up here. I'll give you his full YouTube hyperlink, lowercase g, capital F. 3 minutes into the debate, now I'm going to start my opening.
I want to circle back to this point here. Show me a book which is better than this, because that's what Allah said in the Quran.
What's his name? What's the name in English? 100 años de soledad, 100 years of solitude. Yes, 100 years of solitude. What else? War and Peace. There's so many books.
On. Let us look at the challenge. It said, bring a book which is greater than the Torah and the Quran, not the Quran alone. This guy is following Quran alone, but notice Allah had to say no with Torah, which is a mosaic revelation. I'll explain what that means. So there's different levels of protection here. God said He will protect His reminder, not the Quran, reminder, leaving it open for interpretation now. And as I have shown you today, this is a reminder here. Okay, so now this is my challenge. Bring me a book better than this. Bring me a book better than the Hadith. I will follow it. And look what Allah said in the Quran, chapter 28, verse 49. Say, O Prophet, bring a scripture from Allah which is a better guide than these two, not the Quran alone, these two, so I may follow it and I will accept that challenge. And I'm giving you not Torah and Quran, but Quran and Hadith. So I'm replacing one Mosaic revelation with another Mosaic revelation. So how do we know that this book has been preserved and you can trust it? Because Allah said He will preserve His reminder. Now you say, but what about contradictions and things like that? Oh, Torah had those things. Don't worry about it. You see,
What aboutism doesn't get you out of this debate? Oh my God.
The problem that I feel that Nadir has done personally is that Nadir has taken the position of, like, I'm just going to talk about whatever I want to talk about, but I'm not really going to focus on the topic. Like, he's like, well, it's all about Quran only. He's not really good. He's not representing what I don't think he knows what Quranists believe, and he's not prepared. Like, if I was Nadir, I would study Quranism and try to find the flaws in Quranism. Like, for example, if I took this debate and I really cared about this, I would say, you need the Hadith in order to practice Islam. How can I do 5 times prayer when it's not actually listed in the Quran? I need the Hadith as a supporting text that will help the Quran. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's the kind of position you should be taking for this debate.
Yeah, that's like one of the strongest positions, and I just think that Nadir is just. I mean, this is one of the weakest arguments I've ever seen against Cronism.
Yes.
It's sad. It's really sad.
Don't worry about it. Like, we watch a lot of debates, and we've been doing it for, I don't know, 2-3 years now with Isa. And we've seen some of the worst, like, flat earthers, people that have no clue how to debate. Nadir is way up there with the people that debate regularly but have no clue what they're doing. Absolutely no clue. He makes trash arguments and thinks that he's just making unbeatable cases for his position when he's just factually wrong. It's quite amazing.
Meandering. He's meandering.
Basso, which was your favorite book, War and Peace, or the other one? It's 100 Years of Solitude. 100 Years of Solitude. That's probably it.
God is a supervisor of the Hadith. Okay, he's a supervisor of all these books, and in that he allows human beings to also partake in some of its preservation. So he's not going to allow any serious problems in that book to happen. So that's why you can trust it. The Quran said he would basically do it. Now, the last point I would like to bring up is the clear historical evidence that the early Muslims followed Hadith. Let's take a look at this is historical reference. I think 2 to 20 years after the death of the Prophet of Islam.
Yeah,
you know, now, okay, I'm sorry about that. I'll share that historical evidence in my 60 minutes.
I wonder if you wouldn't have spent 2 minutes grandstanding at the beginning if you could have finished your opening. Like, I've done multiple openings, right? And I usually get the timing pretty correct because I know the cadence of my speech. But on the last debate, the one I did with Caleb, I knew that I was going to fall short because I had a bunch of things to say. So I raced through everything that I had to say. I didn't meaningless stop in stuff and say, and I managed to get through my whole presentation. But oh boy, Nadir, this is so bad.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll be right back.
In your share stream. I guess I can do it. Oh, all right. All right, so we're going to set another 12 minutes on the clock here. And then you can get started. As soon as you start talking, the timer will start.
You guys heard it. Today we have learned that the Hadith Bukhari is also revelation from God, apparently. And he's going to equivocate that to the Torah. But how come God never mentioned anything about the Talmud or the stories of Paul? But let's go on. Okay, so now my opponent here today agreed on the topic. And he is a person that claims that he's a Muslim, but yet he wants to go and argue against the verses of God. Today I'm going to present the argument from the Quran itself.
He cooked him already. It's over.
On its completeness.
He beat
For example,
him in his
in
first
chapter
sentence.
1689, God says, "We have revealed the book to you as a
Holy
clarification
crap, what an opening
of all things
sentence.
and as a guidance."
Sorry, what was that?
That entire first sentence, he just cooked him. It's over already.
I know, right?
I mean, it's pretty bad. Like, Muhammad, you can tell, is a seasoned debater. Like, he knows what he's doing. I mean, like literally the first several sentences, like the entire thing that Nadir said, it was neutralized. He said, "Oh, why isn't the Talmud the word of God?" Because it's the same kind of stuff. It's like the exegesis and legalistic kind of
weaken the word of God and prop up the word of man.
Yeah, and you can tell from that grin he had before he even started speaking, he knew he was going to cook him immediately.
Yeah, if I would, maybe it's my personal style, but I feel that even though Mohammed rebutted all of Nadir's arguments quite well, when Nadir kept going back to the same well, making the same argument over and over and over, he needed a little bit more aggression in like nailing down, like, okay, Nadir, this has been rebutted. You can't keep on coming back to it because you haven't said anything. And then another strategy Nadir has later that I was pulling the hair that I don't have. What does Basil say here? There is someone who agrees with you, is not a mod, make mod. Who doesn't? Wait, what?
It's a good flow chart. It's a good flow chart. Max sees someone in the chat who's chill. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna make them a mod.
Yeah. There's so many mods on the channel.
Chill people are rare. Make them mods. Inshallah.
Yeah.
And a mercy and a good news for the submitters. So here, my opponent is arguing.
Okay, I see what you're doing. Yeah, I can make you bigger if you want.
Can I restart then?
Yeah, you only did 30 seconds. All right, go ahead.
And I know I'm not the fashion police, but Mohammed, just throw
He's
that
trying to do a Beetlejuice thing. It's an Arabian Beetlejuice. You just gotta let him roll with
He looks like a referee from like the World Cup.
Yes.
He's like, I'm a referee.
He's a referee.
He's like red card, red card, red card.
Just throw it away. That was awful. I hated the shirt.
Sorry about that.
So yes, my opponent today, he's trying to show that the Quran is insufficient. He's arguing that the Quran requires some other material for someone to be able to follow the religion of God. That the Quran is insufficient. Of course, he's debating against the verses of God. He's literally debating God at this point, and I'm just the representative of what God says in the Quran, saying to him things verbatim with no exegesis and no secondary interpretation.
I like that strategy because that's what I usually do when I talk about these topics with believers. It's like, dude, I'm not putting anything into the text other than what it says, and I think that's the best way to have these debates. It's like, okay, the text says a thing. What you interpret from that, that's different, and I'm not interested in that. But the text says what it says, and you can't change that. So we'll start from there. And I do like that.
So what we want to show you first is the verse where God says, we have revealed the book to you as a clarification for all things and as a guidance and a mercy and good news for the submitters. This is clearly God telling us that the book has clarification to all things. God also says it was not a fabricated discourse, but a confirmation, it being the Quran, but a confirmation of what was before it and an elaboration of all things, and as a guidance and a mercy for people who believe. Obviously, my opponent here does not believe because he's saying that it's not a clarification to all things, that it's missing certain things that is required from a secondary revelation from God, apparently. And then here God is saying, shall I seek a judge other than God, while he is the one who has revealed to you the book explained in details. God is saying that the book is explained in detail. I was assuming that my opponent is going to come with obey God and obey the messenger argument that we find traditionalists usually using. But with the problem there, he's going to say the hadith is obeying the messenger. So am I finding the judgment from the prophet, or am I finding the judgment from God? God says that it's only ignorance if you're going to find the judgment from outside of what God says. God says about the book, we have certainly brought them a book which we have detailed by knowledge as a guidance and a mercy for people who believe. Obviously, my opponent is still saying that it's not detailed, that we need extra curricular activities. And for us to understand it, God says, and what is there after the truth, if not error? So how are you diverting? So here we clearly see that God is saying that he said the complete truth, that the Quran contains the complete truth. And after anything after that in regards to teaching you your religion or guiding you to your religion is just error and falsehood. And we're about to prove that. I can't believe the argumentation my opponent brought today. But God also
You and me both, Mohammed. I can't believe it either.
That's so
Basil
funny.
for $5. Thank you so much. Says, why does Uruguay have 4 stars on their jersey? Have they won the World Cup 4 times? No, technically no. But that being said, before the World Cup was a thing, during the Olympics, FIFA was handling the football tournament, and we won 2 of those. We won in 1924 and 1928, if I'm not mistaken. And then the first World Cup started in 1930 in Uruguay, and we won that. And then we won in 1950. So the 4 stars are recognized by FIFA. And it's a sore spot for a lot of people. But FIFA has removed stars from other jerseys for other things, but they allow us to have the 4, and they will probably always allow them. But yeah, that's why. That's a good, that was a good question. Completely unrelated, but a good question.
says, and this is very important, are there any of your associate who guides the truth? Say God guides the truth. So is one who guides the truth worthier to be followed, or one who cannot guide unless he's guided? We all can agree that Prophet Muhammad required guidance for us to be able to understand what is being said by God. God guided Muhammad. So I'm not going to understand that Muhammad is giving me the authority in regards to what is permissible or impermissible. I'm going to find religious authority from God. And if I'm going to follow my prophet judged by the book of God. The prophet is not guiding me, because God says that you are not going to guide whom you love, but God guides whomever he wills. So the guidance is upon God, it's not upon the messenger. And now we could start to see that how these practices that they give us from the hadith, it's actually against what the Quran is saying. For example, we have the concept of pilgrimage, Hajj to Mecca. God clearly tells us to go to Arafat within the 3 days of Hajj, and from Arafat with our things that we're going to sacrifice, to spend the first night at Arafat, the second night as a place that called Muzdalifah or Mash'ar al-Haram, and then on the 3rd day we sacrifice the animal, we give out the food to the people in Mecca and the surrounding area, and then we shave our head, we pace around the house, and we pace between the mountains if we choose to do so. There's no mention about stoning no devil, because that is now a totem that they have built, and they're following totemism,
Stop for a
something
second.
that is not in the book.
Yes.
I think what we're seeing here is that Muhammad of God is like a scholar. Like, this guy actually knows
Yeah.
Islamic stuff. And this is the problem. Like, I think Nadir is an Islamic apologist, but he's debating someone who's like very well versed. He's talking about very specific stuff where he's like, look, the Quran takes this position, and this is the same thing with wudu too.
Mm-hmm.
The ablution of the Ahlul Sunnah Jama'ah comes from like the Hadith. The ablution for Shia actually comes straight from the Quran. It comes from chapter 5, Surah Al-Ma'idah, where it's just like your face, your arms, and your what's it, like your feet or something. Like, it's very simplistic. It's a very simplistic ablution, right?
Yeah.
But see, he knows these really specific things. So like in Hajj, that's one of the things you do, is you're supposed to stone this like pillar that's supposed to represent the devil.
Mm-hmm.
And what he's saying is like, that's not in the text. What he's trying to say is what I think Muhammad of God's position is he's almost kind of like a Salafi. He's like, Sunni Muslims are innovators. Like, Salafis say everybody's an innovator, right? He's kind of taking the position, this is innovation. This is all bid'ah. You're just making stuff up, you know? And I don't know how he's going to defend that.
Tied it back to the idea of the stoning the wall of being a sort of idol, which is bad. It's really idol worship is bad if you're a Muslim, right? And I think that it's a strong argument against Nadir's position here.
Honestly, it's refreshing to see someone who's intelligent and just sticking to their points so far. Like, this is much less frustrating and taxing on my brain to listen to this.
Oh yeah.
Book of God, and they're throwing rocks at it as if they're beating up the devil, but yet I see a lot of demonic stuff in what they do. And furthermore, then we have the concept of Ramadan, and Ramadan is outlined in chapter 2, everything that you need to do. And watch, guys, in the Quran, nothing has been left out, and God gives us details. So, for example, God tells us about the washing before the prayer. God says to wash your faces and your hands and your elbows and wipe your heads and wipe your legs. So it's very clear. We wash our faces, wash our hands to the elbows, wipe our head and wipe our feet. But with them and their hadith books, it tells them to put water in their mouth and to snort water for some reason. And
PSA. Snorting water can lead to drowning, so don't do it. Isa, remember that we used to have a guy that would come in the Muslim debates that was called Samir, and he explained to me that Samir Farsain, yes, he sent a couple of super chats on this debate. He explained to me that the ablutions make sense because when you have a bunch of people in kind of close quarters and you're bowing down right next to the feet of the other person, it's kind of good manners to, be clean. So that explanation to me makes way more sense than anything, right? But it's the only time that someone has explained things, Islamic things, in a thing that I can relate to, because that makes sense.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of these were water purification rituals. This is what ancient, Middle Eastern people did. The Israelites did this all the time. They did lots of water purification rituals. And in reality, it makes sense. I would say, yes, they're saying it's for spirituality, but I think it was probably the best kind of hygienic practice at the time, too. When people wash their hands, and during the plague, what was stated is a lot of people who are Hebrews and Jews who did these water purification things were in a lot better shape than these other people because they actually did this. It might seem like really kind of simple now, but washing your hands is a big deal. You know what I mean? Especially, it's better to do it with soap or some cleansing product, but even just doing that helps, mitigate, illness and disease. So it's like, it's interesting that, it's the same thing like not eating pork, not eating shrimp, these types of things. If you ate that stuff, you probably would die. You know what I mean? They didn't have the ways of purifying these types of things that we do now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep, definitely.
They're saying that this is what the messenger gave them, but yet in Ramadan, you're not allowed to drink water nor snort water or put water in your mouth because that goes against what God is commanding you to do, not eat and drink. And then we can go further and talk about the prayer. God is saying clearly.
Oh, I didn't know that during the fasting in Ramadan, you can't even drink water? Oh,
you can't. No, you can't. But the thing is, if you're sick, you don't have to fast. Like, let's say you have a situation where you're like, you need to take medicine or stuff. There is things like that. And if people can't fast, there's a thing called the fidya, where you basically feed a poor person. Like, you feed them like a meal for the day. So there is ways of getting around that type of thing.
Remember when we watched the Australian lady, Lily? What's her name?
Lily
J. And when she went and she was touching the poor kids in the head, like, oh, that was so funny.
It's wild.
In the Quran, and especially about the mosques, that the mosques are for God. And so do not invoke anyone with God. This is very clear that we're not supposed to call upon anyone else in the prayer. But the way that they were taught to do prayer, because of what they say is hadith, they say at the end of their prayer, salutation, gods. Hope you're doing well, God. Salutation, God. Peace be upon you, O Prophet. They start talking to a dead man directly when this is something that is not permissible in the Quran, that the prayer is clearly for God, but yet they want to invoke Muhammad and say, hi, Muhammad, as if he can hear them. And then we go to the concept of purification, zakat.
That was like, I like that. And I didn't know that that's an interpretation, right? I think it's so far. Oh boy, Nadir, it's not looking good at all.
The charity that.
Yes, Blackburn Big Dragon says they used to use ashes instead of soap. Yeah, because the formula for soap is kind of very simple. It's an alkaline, an oil and an alkaline base that makes soap. And I don't know if you know this, there's this lady, Hannah Fry, when you're washing stuff with chlorine, which is a base, and chlorine touches your skin, it reacts with the oils in your skin to produce like literal soap. That's why if you touch, chlorine directly, your hands end up like soapy. It's because it's making soap of yourself. Pretty interesting.
Is a must of you or on you or when you have to pay it. The hadith teaches them that they have to give the zakat once a year. That at the end of the year, they take their net profit and they take 2.5% and they give it. But the Quran makes it very clear that the zakat is due on the day of its harvest. So when we are supposed to get the money, that's when we take the portion and we give it to God. And the portion is based upon how much you want to dedicate to God. But they want to limit it as 2.5%. And that at one point became tax to the government. The zakat,
I really feel that what we have here is like a person who's like an expert in this particular field. Like they really know their material and they're really good at delivering it and they're educating the audience. So this is very impressive. This is exactly what I like seeing in a debate. Having someone who really has mastery over their stuff and and has a command of this. So it's like, what I like also about this debate so far from his position, it follows. We know what his arguments are. It's not meandering. It's not James Joyce's stream of consciousness. It doesn't go over here and it goes over here and goes over there. It's very concise in the arguments he's making. He's explaining why the Quran only can work and how it is supported and why hadith doesn't work. Like he's using logic, he's using rationality, he's using academics. I felt just in comparison to Nadir, it's like really bad. Like Nadir just said, well, it's a divine miracle. It's a divine miracle. It's a divine miracle. And it's so good and it's so great. But why is it good? Well, here's one hadith that sounds good. There's like 10,000s of hadith. And I'm like, in order to really make this argument, you have to steel man your opponent. And I feel like he is very well equipped. And I think a lot of Quran-only Muslims are very good at this. Like all of us actually hang out in primarily Quran-only spaces. Huda, Kaja, and I, that's where we hang out. We hang out with primarily Quran-only Muslims. And these people are really smart. They're very smart about Quran-only from what we've seen. It's pretty impressive. So it's very different than, I mean, if I go to a Sunni school, I study Sunni Islam. Sunni Islam is a lot better than what Nadir is presenting. There's much better arguments for Sunni Islam, but you kind of need to know Sunni Islam first. You know what I mean? But continue. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Yeah, I mean when you get someone like Nadir making argument that me with my limited knowledge I can easily refute by taking a position that I don't even hold. That's when you know you're cooked. Basil says nobody cares about. I mean, there's 4 people here that care. We do care. I care from the debate perspective. And from the Nadir is a fucking dumbass perspective.
Well, and that's what this is what today is about. I know, like sometimes you get content, like for example, if there's a TV episode that you don't like, you don't have to come to that episode. You don't have to watch that episode. You can stream something else. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube. So if you're not interested in this content, there's a lot of other places to go. Yeah. That's not our fault. Like we're on a topic. Like I've seen this like in debates where people are like, I want to debate this thing, and I'm like, but that's not the topic. So. If you want to come hear the topic, cool. If you don't, cool. We don't care either way. We're happy with what we're doing.
Hell yeah. Tay says, I'm finally home and can give you my undivided attention. Well, I don't know if I can handle that. But happy Canada Day.
Charity became to the government. That's very weird, but that's because of the political influences that went into hadith. Now we can go further. Their own books deny the concept of hadith. So if you look at, for example, one might argue that you need to have traditions, the traditions for you to know what to do and to follow the religion. Well, the Quran gives you traditions. It literally tells you. And God intends to clarify to you and guide you to the sunan, the examples of those who went before you. And God intends to forgive you. We know the Prophet, because of the Quran, he used to wash his clothes. We're supposed to wash our clothes. The Prophet used to stand a third, a half, or 2/3 of the night.
So far, he's doing good. But that argument, like people have been washing their clothes for a couple thousand years when we got to the point of the revelation of Islam. So don't give me that. Make better arguments, Muhammad. That was a big no.
in prayer. We should be doing that. That's a tradition of the Prophet. He was kind-hearted. That's in the Quran. We should be following that. And there's also traditions of many other prophets in the Quran. And we're not here trying to distinguish between the prophets, that we just sit there and obsess about one and forget all the others, just like how my opponent wants to do. Now, their own hadith books tell them not to follow anything other than the Quran. It's very clear here. That they shouldn't have wrote anything other than the Quran. This is one of the most mutawatir hadith. This is a very widely mass transmitted hadith you find in Sahih Muslim 3004. Do not take down anything from me, and whoever took down anything from me other than the Quran, he should erase it. So why are you?
I think just that argument won Muhammad the debate. Nadir has no response, and it's a source refuting itself, right? Which is one of the strongest arguments you can possibly have, is using a source against itself, and Nadir has no answer whatsoever.
Writing books going against what your own books say, and that's a self-defeating argument from the hadith itself. We even have Umar, the second Khalif, saying to the Prophet is seriously ill. I mean, the Prophet asks for a pen and paper to write something down to them, but the hadith also says that the Prophet cannot read and write, but now the Prophet wants to write. Apparently, he just learned it overnight before he was passing away. And Umar was told to bring a pen and paper, and Umar simply said, no, the book of God is sufficient for us. The Prophet is seriously ill and you have the Quran, so the book of Allah is enough for us. So why is he not saying the book in the Torah, which is the hadith and the argumentation of Nadir Ahmed? But we can keep going. Now, when we see the contradictions, it's not only God gives us a very...
What's with the referee suit? Yeah, we were all wondering that. It's either a referee or, like Gareth said, Arab Beetlejuice. Which, I mean, I would watch that movie.
Clear verse about what's from God. God says, do they not contemplate on the Quran? Had it been from other than God, they would have found numerous contradictions therein, okay? So in Hadith Bukhari 3351, narrated by Ibn Abbas, who was 10 years old at the time of the Prophet when he was alive, that the Prophet entered the Kaaba and found in it the pictures of Abraham and Mary. Okay, so he entered the Kaaba and found pictures of Abraham and Mary. Literally the next hadith, 3352, Ibn Abbas, the same narrator, literally the...
Hold on, let me... it says, the Prophet entered the Kaaba and found it in the pictures of Prophet Abraham and Mary. On that he said, what is the matter with them? I.e. Quraysh. They have already heard that angels do not enter a house in which there are pictures. Yet this is the picture of Abraham. Of Abraham, and why he is depicted as practicing divination by arrows.
Okay, so he entered the Kaaba and found pictures of Abraham and Mary. Literally the next hadith, 335.
This one reads, when the Prophet saw pictures in the Kaaba, he did not enter it till he ordered them to be erased. When he saw the pictures of Abraham and Ishmael carrying arrows of divination, he said, may Allah curse them, i.e. the Quraysh. By Allah, neither Abraham nor Ishmael practiced divination by arrows. Interesting. Basil, for $5, says, USA, USA. Round of 16. Well, congratulations. Yes. Uruguay did atrociously in this World Cup. I thought that we had an easy group, but for some reason we screwed it up. But it's good to see that the US is getting better at actual sports.
To Ibn Abbas, the same narrator, when the Prophet saw pictures in the Kaaba, he did not enter it, and he saw the pictures of Abraham and Ishmael. So did he enter it or he didn't enter it? Was it Abraham and Mary, or is it Abraham and Ishmael? Or I know the apologetics of Sunni. He went into quantum state and he went into the Kaaba and he was outside of the Kaaba at the exact same time, because that's revelation from God according to them. Now we carry on. Now, not only did the hadith contradicts itself, but it contradicts the Quran. You see, in their hadith, it allows for child marriages, right? The Quran rejects that notion because you have to pay to your wife, and God tells you not to give money to children. So this is a concept that is denied children marriage.
Wait, so the dowry, that's paid to the wife and not the family?
It's paid to the wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's called a mahar. A mahar is a dowry. So you give it to the woman. That's her stuff. Yeah, it doesn't belong to the family. But there are a lot of families that do some shady stuff and they steal the mahar. But the mahar belongs to the woman.
Yeah, we have a word for that. It's called prostitution. But I mean, maybe that's just
well, it's sort of, think about it like this. It's like a wedding ring. You could consider that a mahar too. Like it's a fealty that like a man is saying to this woman, here, I'm giving you this special thing. We all kind of do it in different societies. Like getting a woman a diamond ring is like a mahar. You can count it as that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, I don't know. It gets tricky like that. But the dowry, I can't get the dowry. I can't get the thought out of my head that you're literally just buying a person, whether you're paying it to the family or you're paying it to the person. I can't get out of that.
Well, think about if you have like a girlfriend and you buy her a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? It's like saying, "Hey, you're my lady." Like, but you're giving like this person a very special prize. We do this in all different kinds of things. You know, some call that prostitution. I wouldn't necessarily call it that.
In that sense, yeah. But in like, let's say you have a normal couple, that is usually like reciprocated, right? So it's not that you're buying them stuff. It's that you do nice stuff for the people you know. Like when you buy something for a friend, you're not buying your friend. I in that sense, I feel that's different, but maybe I'm wrong. So
well, I don't know if I would say that you're buying them. I don't know if I think it's a pretty strong thing. I think it's a gift. It's a special gift that you're giving. It's not like, and the thing is, if you give the mahar, you're not entitled to sex. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And also, yeah, when you're married, the thing is, men have duties that they have to do for their wife. You know what I mean? Like that's the way that these things are. So it's not. I wouldn't say it's like a transactional thing. I'm not saying it's a perfect thing. I think people can decide what they want to do in their relationships, but you know.
Gary says, "Be right back. I'm going to go tell my wife she's my prostitute because I gave her a diamond ring."
Well, exactly, because a diamond ring could be considered a mahar. Some people do that in America. They say, "Here, I'm buying you this $2,000 ring. This is my mahar to you."
Here, you guys get two rings. You get the engagement ring, which is usually a diamond, and then you get the wedding band, which is basically a gold band, right?
Right.
Generally, here the engagement ring is the wedding band, usually.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And God says that you have to marry a slave for you to be able to use her as a concubine or for you to have intercourse with her. The Hadith allows for sex slaves, contradicting the Quran. God says in the Quran that if a lady cheats on her husband, she gets lashed 100 times. According to them, the crime is she has to be stoned. Just like how they want to judge with the Torah, apparently now, not with the Quran. They follow Moses and stoning of the adulteress. Isn't that crazy when God told them not to do that? And then God tells us in the Quran that the rejectors, the people who disbelieved, say that Prophet Muhammad is a bewitched man. In their hadith, they say Muhammad got bewitched. God says his throne is on water. Apparently in hadith, Satan's throne is on water. Now we're equivocating. God says that Satan wants to strip you and make you be naked in public. This is in chapter 7, verse 27. The hadith, apparently Moses was stripped out of his clothes and he was running naked and publicly. God says that no burden shall carry the burden of another in the Quran. This is consistent messaging in the Quran, okay? There's no burden. No one's going to take your sin. But apparently in the hadith that a Jew...
That comes from before. Well, the Bible is kind of inconsistent on this. The Old Testament says that no one can take the burden of sin for another. And then the New Testament has Jesus, which is the ultimate expression of that idea, like and execution. So, I mean, this is not novel.
When a Christian is going to take the place of a Muslim who's destined to hell, which is clearly wrong. And God is telling us in the Quran that the majority of them follow assumptions. Indeed, the assumptions do not add to the truth anything. And we've seen that there's nothing that is missing from the Quran other than them following assumptions. He doesn't want to talk about isnad and the chains because that's clearly assumption, right? So now we've seen many contradictions in the Hadith. We've seen contradictions against the Quran. God is telling you that the Quran is perfect, and you could see how crazy they are when it
Yes, I'm sorry. Because I caused it, you're welcome. Everyone is welcome in my house.
comes to these apologetics, because they have to sit there and go against their own cognitive and practice cognitive dissonance to prove these books. And these books are just nothing but political, random people saying things about the Prophet 250 years after the fact. And Omar, by the way, the Khalifa, he banned the writing of Hadith when he was a Khalifa. And that ban was upheld up with Umar, Muawiyah, and after Muawiyah, at the end of the Umayyads, then they started writing Hadith. The first Hadith manuscripts we get is 100 years after the Prophet, and until this day, in 1970s, we have Al-Albani still grading Hadith, whether this is Sahih or false, because quite simply, they don't have a complete corpus of this amazing revelation that is just like the Quran. It's just full of contradictions, it's full of denials, and they're doing exactly what the Jews do with the Talmud. Got nothing to do with the religion of God. And here's the argument that completely dismantles this person and what he said. These are the verses of God we recite to you in truth. So in which hadith, after God and his verses, will they believe? I challenge my opponent today to call Sahih Hadith from Bukhari, to call it an ayah, to call it signs of God, to call it miracles. And if he's willing to do that, then he went against 1,400 years of his own scholarship, when it clearly tells them that there's a big distinction between what the practices are, the sunnah, and what the verses of God, the miracles of God, the signs of God are. The hadith is not allowed to be called an ayah. And here God is telling you, what are you going to believe after God and his verses? So God is clearly sending a messenger. The messenger gave us the message, which is the Quran. The Quran is saying that it's sufficient for you to be saved on the day of judgment. And my opponent is arguing against that. And he wants you to go marry 60-year-olds. And he wants you to, and if he doesn't agree with that, then why are they promoting that kind of concepts? That is crazy. That is against the Quran. He's saying that the Quran is going to allow you to have sex with slaves, what your right hand possessed, when God clearly tells you to marry them. My opponent is saying that for you to enter the bathroom.
Your time. Sorry to cut you off. All right, let's get back.
Oh boy, it got spicy at the end. Basil. Basil for $5. Thank you so much. Can you ask Kisa if he thinks there's a genocide in Gaza?
I will answer this question. I will answer all the questions that Basil asks if Basil actually tells us what's going on during the debate and gives us an analysis of the debate. I will answer these. That's our deal. You need to actually talk about what we're discussing in these debates, and I'll answer all your questions. I want you to see if you're paying attention, if you understand the arguments that are being presented, what are the cases, and you tell us about that, and I'll respond to your question.
Basil seems to really enjoy arguing. I don't know why he doesn't debate. That would be, Basil,
I totally agree, but I think the difficulty for Basil is Basil would have to stay on point, and that's hard. Like Basil likes talking. Basil's sort of like a James Joyce novel. It kind of goes over here, kind of goes over there. One time you're talking about the World Cup, then you're talking about infinite. What is it? Prime numbers. Yes. And it kind of goes over here, kind of goes over there, and it's like not really centered on whatever the arguments. Like when you debate, you kind of like need to be focused. So I will answer every Basil question that is brought up, but I can't do it unless Basil engages what's going on in the debate, pays attention, tells us the arguments, and then I can do it.
Okay.
Because I think we need to get Basil to learn to be focused. This is a teaching to be focused. I will engage everything, but we have to have a relationship.
I don't think we can change him, but we can try for sure.
Well, I'm just saying, but the thing is, I can't. This is my promise from now on. I can't answer any questions unless Basil pays attention to whatever we're focusing on and then engages with the content that we're putting out.
Fair enough. All right, let's go.
Back to the full screen here. Whoops, what's going on here? Oh, I spotlighted you. That's right. Back to gallery mode. And we're mixed up. So I'm going to drag you right here. What, you cannot move a video up? No one's spotlighted?
Oh, I think I'm spotlighted.
Yeah, I don't even figure out how to turn that up. Oh, there it is. I thought just going to gallery mode would fix that. I'm Nadir now. Okay.
You're muted, Nadir. Ooh, I switched.
All right. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
I fixed it.
I'm sorry. Arnold says Isa to Basil. I can fix him. Don't worry about it. If you don't get it, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Shall I start my 2 minutes?
Yep. All right, we can get into it. We're going to go into the open discussion. Guys, if you appreciate the video in the chat there, like the video, subscribe if you're new here. We do debates of all sorts. I think this is the first Muslim versus Muslim I've ever seen, though, so we got something interesting tonight.
Well,
go ahead, Nadir. Your 2 minutes to start right now.
It's Muslim versus Muslim.
Yeah, so
not Muslim versus Muslim, Muslim versus Muslim. I'm going to teach the audience here the word is Muslim. It is not Muslim. I know it's a tough word, but everyone need to hear it. Let's practice that. Muslim. That's it.
but the crux of his argument is, look, there's so many contradictions in this hadith and all of this, but this has all been refuted by the Quran. Let's just assume, for argument's sake, that there are contradictions. Guess what? The Torah is worse. Inside.
Whataboutism doesn't get you out of the argument, and I'm going to start with giving you 4 things for that, but it will get progressively worse as you repeat the same strategy over and over, Nadir.
Chapter 18, verse 49 of the Quran, it says, bring a book better than the Quran and the Torah. This is so the Quran needs a mosaic revelation. Mosaic means it's a hodgepodge of God's word. You've got man's word. You've got the historians. And I'm sure there's going to be issues that are going to arise. That's Islam you're talking about, Muhammad. That's chapter. And I get, there's no way I can get into every single argument you raised in here in this debate. There's no way you can do that.
Oh, Nadir, you're running away. I know that you might not be able to get to all of the things, right? But at least address some of the things. What's Isa doing? Are you changing? You haven't worn your Uruguay shirt on stream. Now that it's a little bit better weather,
I should.
I want to take some screenshots. Yeah, because I asked you to send me a selfie and you never did.
I thought I did. I thought when I first took the picture, I took a selfie. And you saw all the pictures when I was at the debate con.
No, but you bought the Uruguay, the football jersey.
Oh, you want to see the jersey? It was actually a little bit small. Unfortunately, they ran a little small, so it didn't fit very well. But I will once I have to. I have it organized in a different place, but I will when I find it, I will get it. It's just I have all my stuff in like different storages and stuff. So, but Basil sent something to you. Okay, cool.
Basil for $5 says, "Thank you so much. Do you believe there is a genocide in Gaza?" Oh, fuck. Dude, I can't think of a less interesting topic than that. I am generally anti-war. I'm a pacifist. I think that in the 21st century, year 2026, we should be able to talk about stuff and not kill each other. That being said, it seems to be the case. That's as much as I want to get into that.
But I will address, like you said, nonsense of sex slaves and child marriage and all this. This has all been refuted and dismissed and debunked. But the defeat.
Go ahead. Refute it, debunk it, or you can just say this has been debunked. Nadir, you're almost, and my fingers are almost touching. You're almost a flat earther, Nadir. You can't say that's been debunked and then move on. You have to do the debunking. If those arguments have been refuted, give the counter argument. So 5 more things.
Which has defeated you tonight is chapter 18, verse 29. Let's do this victory lap here, and then we'll get to the scientific miracles.
More grandstanding. Oh my God. You're insufferable, Nadir. And that's why I like debating you, because I can just trample all over you. Basil says for $5. Got it. Mikey, thank you so much. Sorry. Got it. Mikey Smith, super interesting. Genocide in Gaza, boring. Well, I mean, yeah. Do you know me? Like, how you've been watching me for a while. You know that if something I can laugh, then that is interesting for me. If something just I can't laugh about it, then I haven't been able to figure out good jokes about the whole Gaza situation. That's why it's not interesting to me. I don't know. It's that, and there's nothing I can do about it. Like, I can do a little bit more when it comes to flat Earth because I can talk to these people, you know. But yeah, it's I know I'm weird. That's why people like me.
Which you ran away from. Let me tell you something. Look at what the scientific miracles of the Hadith did to all those clowns here on Modern Day Debate. It has defeated them. You are going to wind up just like them.
That's
10.
ridiculous.
Nadir, you've never won a debate ever, not one. You always lose because you always do the same bullshit.
Look at Muhammad from God's
Nope.
face.
Yeah,
Like Muhammad from God, his face is like, this is nonsense.
it is.
Nobody here on Modern Day Debate has been able to answer the scientific miracles of the Hadith. And you ain't going to do it either. Okay? So this is barbecue time for you. All right? So let's go very quickly. Oh, let me get the verse. Oh, not this verse. I'm sorry. I'm sharing the wrong thing here. Okay, chapter 18, verse, and this is where I'm sorry. Let me end this share here real quick. Stop. Okay, chapter 18, verse 29 said, "Bring a book better than the Quran and the Torah."
That's your 2
Why
minutes.
didn't it say Quran?
No,
alone?
it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
All right.
1829 is not the verse.
49. I'm sorry, 1849. I'm sorry. 1849.
No, it's not even 1849.
Share your
talking about-
screen and give your understanding.
You're talking about 2849, okay? And
Oh,
now
I'm
this
sorry.
yeah, okay, cool. And it says, "Bring a book from God which has better guidance than both, that I may follow it." Okay? So we're not following both the Quran and the Torah. We're following only one book. Now you're taking this argument and saying that this is telling you to follow two books. God is clearly saying consistently over in the Quran to bring the book of God to judge with, not a book of God and secondary thing. Now, the funny thing is you're talking about scientific miracles. Does the woman's orgasm has anything to do with the resemblance of the child? Does a woman's orgasm, does it carry DNA that is going to influence a child's way that he looks? Obviously not. So when we're talking about a woman's orgasm, in your hadith books, it states that if a woman orgasms first, that the kid's going to look like her. And if the father's going to orgasm first, that the kid's going to look like him. Obviously, this is completely wrong. We know that the world is a globe. When the sun sets, it's rising somewhere else. So when the sun is setting here, it's rising somewhere else. But apparently in your hadith, it goes down onto the throne of God and it's waiting until it comes up. So this is all these scientific miracles.
Yes, I had a chat not too long ago with a Muslim flat earther. And we were talking flat earth, got absolutely schooled on that. And then we were talking about the Quran. It's like, oh, I haven't had like a debate with a Muslim in a while. And of course, the first thing I brought up was the sun setting on a muddy pool. And his argument was that happens, we just don't see it. So it was very interesting to have that.
That you're talking about, but address what God says clearly, that if the Quran was not from God, that you will find much contradictions within it. Are there contradictions in your hadith?
Sorry. I won't do this much more. There are like hundreds of contradictions in the Quran, just FYI, in case you guys don't know. But I'll shut up.
These books, therefore, it is not from God. Why are you following something that clearly didn't come from God? Now you're talking about the fangs. That was an amazing miracle, right? Do you know monkey females don't have fangs? So can I eat monkeys, the female monkeys? Do you know what God says? The prophet is supposed to say, "I do not find anything that is forbidden from eating other than what God lists there." And who
Uh-huh.
is more unjust than the one who invents a lie about God? So why are you lying about God, Nadir?
Go ahead, Nadir. 2 minutes starting now.
Okay. Okay. Problem is, you are blasting all of these arguments. There's no way we can have an intelligent debate here, Muhammad. When you bring up all these nonsense like woman's orgasm, not there, sun setting, so many contradictions, all these things. First of all, let's just deal with the one verse which is refuting you.
Let me guess, Nadir. Women's orgasms are a myth, right?
I see the point Muhammad was making from that. And that's what the Hadith sources state. I just think Nadir doesn't know how to engage with that and just
Yeah.
is just trying to write it off. Like, it's just, I mean, he got cooked, and that's just what it is.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh
And
my God.
we'll see that this strategy is a recurring thing when he cannot answer the very clear and simple contradictions that are found in the Hadith. Then he just dismisses it. He either claims that they have been refuted or says, I could refute them, but I don't have time. But says that like 15 times during the debate. So he could at least address 2 or 3.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Wow.
Tori says, I wonder what Muslims in the north of Sweden do during Ramadan if it happens in the summer when the sun doesn't set. That's interesting.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah.
Okay. The Quran said, if this was not from God, you will find many contradictions in it.
Mhm.
Muhammad, you're misunderstanding the verse. It didn't say you will not find any contradictions in it. It said many. So my question to you is, how many? You see, you misinterpret the verses of the Quran. So no, the contradictions doesn't rule this out. Now you basically did not understand the verse which I quoted for you. Let's look at it again. Okay, let's look at the verse which states, let's go to Surah 28, verse 48. Let me go there real quick to see what it actually says over here. Okay, it says, say, O Prophet, bring them a scripture from Allah, which is better guide than these two, so I may follow it. What are these two? The Torah and the Quran.
The previous verse here reads, but when the truth came to them from us, they said, if only he was given the like of what Moses had been given. Did they not deny what had been given to Moses earlier? They claim both scriptures are works of magic supporting each other, adding, we truly deny both. Say, O Prophet, bring a scripture from Allah, which is a better guide than these two, so I may follow it, if your claim is true. Do you have any like context that you might add on this part, Kaja or Huda? Because on isolation, this just seems like very taken out of context. Like, what's the context here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Which is better? Let's see. Which is a better guide than these two? So I may follow it. Yeah, I'm not sure what the context is, but I mean, I think
Okay.
Nadir is just a cherry picker, anyways.
Yes, I mean that for
Yeah.
sure he is. Yes.
Very clear. I don't know how you're not understanding this. So I may follow it. I'm bringing you a book which is a better guide than these two. And as for your false claim that there's scientific errors like orgasm, this is all nonsense. But let us hypothetically assume that it is true. It is still a better guide than the Torah. That's it. It's game over. Why? Because it has the cure to save us from the zoonotic diseases. And let us just assume that, actually, I didn't know.
Nadir, you know that zoonotic diseases are not exclusive the only vector is not consumption. There are zoonotic diseases that can just jump from contact with animals. So your argument is wrong again. Basil says, when will Lisa? Oh, for fuck's sake.
But you say that female monkeys don't have fangs. I don't know anything about that, but still, it's still doing a really
All
good
right.
job of
Nadir.
keeping us away from the
Cool.
zoonotic diseases.
Nadir,
Yeah.
just a quick question. Is the Quran better than the Hadith?
If you look at it from a scientific point of view,
No, it's a yes or no. I want to
Okay.
Oh, Nadir.
That's too funny. Yeah.
That is the one thing that we always say. Like saying that there are scientific miracles in the holy books is just it's just a category error, Nadir. And no holy book ever, not any of the many that there are. I'm including all of them. None of them pass basic scrutiny when it comes to scientific claims, right? Because those are ancient people that didn't know a lot of what we know now. So when you say that there are scientific miracles, just like Speck said, a scientific miracle is an oxymoron because science is empirical, right? It's not. Basil says, Basil, I like the Prime thing. It's old already. It's old, and Isa's not here, so like, who cares?
dichotomy, so I can have
The
my 2 minutes. The
Quran
Hadith is the Quran better than the Hadith?
no, it's not. The Hadith is better than the Quran from a scientific point.
Oh my God, I can't believe he said that. That's crazy.
That
Oh,
was my reaction, and I don't care about this.
don't
Like that was
believe
my
it.
reaction. It's like, wait, what?
Is he even a Muslim? Get this guy off. I'm sorry. It's just like, I think a worthy opponent for Muhammad would have been maybe Cora. She's very intelligent. But I just don't think Nadir is on Muhammad's level, and I've seen Muhammad do a lot of debates. And this guy knows his stuff. It's just but
Yeah.
like the fact that Nadir even said that to me is like you cannot like most of the people that believe in Hadith would not even agree with half of the statements Nadir made today.
Oh, yeah, I
They
could
wouldn't.
identify that, and like I'm an atheist, right? And I was wow, Nadir, like you shouldn't. Those are things that I know you're not supposed to say because that is like you have 1 foot on this side of the line and 1 foot on the other side of the line, and the line is just shirk.
Yeah.
Oh my, Nadir.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is a great question. Criminal Loden says, I've been thinking about Islam and alcohol. What if a Muslim person suffers from autobrewery syndrome, in which your own gut is fermenting carbs into alcohol? Kind of screwed, I guess. That is a great question. In case you don't know, there's people that when they eat certain cereals, their own gut will ferment that into alcohol, and people just get drunk out of the blue. And there's many documented cases of that, but that would be pretty interesting to ask Nadir, for example.
That's a good question, I think. I mean, usually there's a lot of exceptions with like medical stuff, but yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. Wow.
I learned it not too long ago. It's wild. There was a guy that kept getting pulled over, and they would make him blow the little thing, the meter, and he would always blow like positive until they found out that he had this problem. So he has to like watch what he eats, and he's good on that. Basso for $5. Reminder: Duffy is a polar explorer. He is also a younger creationist and doesn't believe women have a right to choose. Oh yeah, we agree on all of that.
Point of view, because the Hadith has.
It's not a scientific point of view.
Okay, from which aspect?
From its totality, from the eyes of God. Is the Quran better or the Hadith better?
The hadith is better because people like you are
He got you to say it again, Nadir. You're
urinating upon themselves, but in the hadith, it specifically tells us that you must wipe
So you're
all the
okay.
urine.
So your argumentation.
You urinate upon yourself.
So your
Yes or
argumentation
no?
is that the Quran. So your argumentation is the
Yeah.
Quran is worse than the Hadith.
No, what I'm saying is that the people who follow Quran only they urinate upon themselves like you because the
no, Nadir. You've said in the time that I've been watching you, you've said some very, very dumb stuff. Nadir, what you're about to say now is possibly the dumbest thing that you will ever say. Literally the dumbest. I swear. Nadir, this is low even for you. This is not even a flat earther would make this argument.
concept of
You probably don't know where this is going, Huba, but oh my, Huda, sorry. Oh my, you're going to fall off your chair.
najas and tahara to keep urine
Do Christians
away from yourself.
do Christians in the Middle East, do they use the little butt thing that cleans their butt?
No, but you people like you,
but bro, I have Christian
This is-
neighbors in my country, and they have the concept of cleaning
but
after
that's
themselves.
not in their religion. The Jews and the Christian, they are najas.
So you're saying nobody cleaned
You are
themselves before
najas.
Prophet Muhammad?
Okay, you are the distinct difference between
Amazing.
the followers
Amazing.
of hadith.
But it's my 2
Okay,
minutes.
yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Do your 2 minutes. Yeah.
So
And then-
God
and-
says.
and-
Basil for $5 says Goobers, the U.S. Supreme Court further affirmed money. What does equal mean? Don't know. I'm just exercising my rights, and I do thank you, Basil. Are you aware of hyperbole? I am, yes.
answer if you urinate upon yourself. Go ahead.
So God says clearly in the Quran, he's making a challenge for people to bring something better than the Quran. And he's saying that the hadith is better than the Quran.
Yes.
So when he's saying this, he's clearly denying the word of God. Because
Where?
God says that you will not, if the humans and the jinns came together to bring something like the Quran, they will not. You're saying that the humans came together and brought something better than the Quran. You have completely just disregarded your whole religion. Now let's focus on this. There is a hadith that states very clearly, and I can pull it up from Sahih Bukhari. This is Sahih, that if a woman orgasms first, that the kid will resemble the maternal.
Okay, that's your time. Okay, we got to.
Oh, in programming and math, it's an equality operator used to compare two values. It checks if the value on the left is equal to the value on the right, and then returns a Boolean, true or false. Okay.
Do you agree there's a hadith about that? Do you agree?
No, there's no hadith about orgasm. You speak Arabic, right?
Okay,
you should understand the word orgasm, what it is in your language. Okay, now I got to teach you Arabic, and if you're learning Arabic from me, that's really bad, okay? But anyways, my point is this. It is besides the point. We don't care if you're going to find some alleged scientific error. The argument stands. The hadith is a better guide than even the Quran itself. Why? Because it is.
Oh my God. I don't know if I can watch anymore. How can I?
I'm cringing just from hearing that. And I don't even care about this. I mean, I don't have an investment in any of the positions, right? I'm just watching this as an outside observer. I can't even imagine what Muslims feel when they actually hear this. If it makes me cringe.
Well, I think a lot of Muslims would feel as though like this guy is not representing the traditionalist arguments. I think you know what? Muhammad Hijab could do better than this. I'm sorry.
Yes.
He could do better than this. I'm just sitting here it's the edge of my seat, with every ridiculous statement. Like you said it was bad, but I didn't know it was this bad. I did.
And he still didn't finish the urine thing. The urine thing is coming right up, and oh boy, it's going to blow you away. Basil says, so you've learned something today. Usually you think you're an Basilardo. Listen, What are the two things I claim I'm an expert at? You know that lying is not good here. Max, how you doing? Max says hello, everyone except for Basil. Doing well. Hope you are doing well too, Max.
All from Allah. Hadith is all the Quran as well as the teachings of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So let's
Shoot.
no.
And
the
what did I do? Shoot. Hold on. Let me check where we were because I messed it up. No, back. One moment. I'm sorry. I clicked something and the video jumped a whole bunch. Come on, show me. There. 29:31. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. Yeah.
Oh no! Yeah, no!
I think we already saw that. Maybe. Sure.
Max for 10 Singaporean dollars says, "I'm doing well," and yells it. I love that. I love the enthusiasm. Here's some bishusha, which is a word we use for in the Rio de la Plata for money.
thing. Look at what the scientific miracles of the Hadith did to all those clowns here on modern day.
A little bit more.
Very obviously not. So when we're talking about a woman's
Basil, you can tell how much that is by the amount, like the color of the super chat.
orgasm, in your hadith books, it states that if a woman orgasms like him, come clearly that if the Quran was not from God, that you will find much contradictions within it. You folks, that was an amazing miracle, right? Do you know monkey females don't know about God?
Intelligent debate here, Muhammad. You know, when you bring up all these nonsense like woman's orgasm, not there, sun setting, so many contradictions, all these things. First of all, let's just deal with the one verse which is refuting you. Okay? The Quran said, if this was not from God, you will find many contradictions in it.
Mm-hmm.
Muhammad, you're misunderstanding the verse. It didn't say you will not find any contradictions in it. It said many. So my question to you is how many? You see, you misinterpret the verses of the Quran.
We heard this. I'm so sorry. I missed
How
it.
we just see that?
I may follow it. Say, O Prophet, what on? I'm bringing you a book which is a better guide. That's from the zoo.
Is the Quran better than the hadith?
Because the concept of najis and tahara to keep urine away from yourself.
Do Christians in the Middle East, do they use the little butt thing that cleans their butt?
No, but people
So now Nadir's argument is about like personal hygiene, right? Holy cow! How does someone get to be this bad?
I have Christian neighbors in my country, and they have the concept of cleaning.
But
after
that's
themselves.
not in the religion. The Jews and the Christians, they are najis.
So you're saying nobody cleaned themselves
najis.
before Prophet Muhammad?
Okay, you are the distinct difference between the followers of Hadith.
But it's my 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
Nadir, if you claim that personal hygiene starts with the Hadith, then how did people get to the point of time passing and then people writing Hadith? Because there's time before that, right? And evidently people had to be healthy to get to the point of having successful generations until you get to the point where people start writing Hadith. This is the most idiotic argument you've ever made. And also I don't want to go much further back. Whatever. Nadir makes the case that circumcision prevents STDs, which.
Oh wow.
Yes.
It's like I'm personally offended for everyone that shares the opinion that it's Quran and Hadith, because this is a horrible representation. Like he did not do. Like is he like a secret agent for the Quranist side or something? Because it's just like he's trying to it's just bad. Like, I'm sorry, it's so bad. Like, he even got atheists cringing. Like, I can't,
Yes.
like literal atheists. Oh
Yeah,
my
I
God.
I jumped in my chair, and when he says, "Oh well, Muslim men are circumcised," and there are studies that say that circumcision lowers the chances of STD, and I was like, citation needed. You need to show me the paper. That is bullshit.
Oh my God.
Absolute bullshit. Tay says, "Damn it, Nadir counter is almost at 100. Should we celebrate when it hits that?" We can do. I'll play the song when we get to 100.
2
So-
minutes. Yeah.
So
And then-
God
and-
says,
and answer if you urinate upon yourself. Go ahead.
so God says clearly in the Quran, He's making a challenge for people to bring something better than the Quran, and He's saying that the Hadith is better than the Quran.
Yes.
So when He's saying this, He's clearly denying the word of God, because
Where?
God is
Yeah.
God says that you will not, if the
What does
humans
he
and the
mean,
jinns
where?
came together.
It's like the fact that he doesn't understand how bad he looks. It's just like, where? What? Excuse me?
Yeah, it happens.
Oh,
We
God.
deal a lot with flat earthers, and they have the same problem. They are not capable enough to abstract themselves away from their argument to see how it's making them look, because this is atrocious for Nadir. Atrocious.
Mhm.
Together to bring something like the Quran, they will not. You're saying that the humans came together and brought something better than the Quran. You have completely just disregarded your whole religion. Now let's focus on this. There is a hadith that states very clearly, and I can pull it up from Sahih Bukhari. This is Sahih, that if a woman orgasms first, that the kid will resemble the maternal.
Okay, that's your time. Okay, we got to deal at one.
Do you agree
issue
there's
at
a
time.
hadith about that? Do you
No,
agree?
No.
Nadir is so triggered, he's just cutting him off. Like, Nadir, it's okay. Say you're not prepared to address that argument, and you can move on.
Right.
There's no hadith about orgasm. You speak Arabic, right?
Okay, I'll
You
bring
should
it.
understand the word orgasm, what it is in your language. Okay, now I got to teach you Arabic. And if you're learning Arabic from me, that's really bad. Okay. But, anyways, my point is this: it is besides the point. We don't care if you're going to find some alleged scientific error. The argument stands. The hadith is a better guide than even the Quran itself. Why? Because it is all from Allah. Hadith is all the Quran, as well as the teachings of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So let's get back to this verse, which you have misunderstood, misquoted. Let's get back to this barbecue time for you, okay? Chapter 28, verse 48. Say, O Prophet, bring them a scripture from Allah, which is a better guide than these two, so I may follow it. What is inside? What are these two? The Torah and the Quran, not the Quran alone. Notice, not the Quran alone. The Quran had to have a Mosaic revelation to meet this challenge. And I'm meeting the challenge. Hadith, Sunnah, and Quran is better than Torah and Quran. But you say, but there's no scientific error. But let us just agree so I can finish you tonight. Let us agree that there's some scientific error about orgasm.
Oh my, the grandstanding, holy shit. Nadir, I'm going to ship you a giant sugar cube for that high horse of yours. Holy cow.
And baloney stuff like that. That's also in the
You
Torah.
just called this hadith baloney.
No, I'm saying that your baloney argument. There
Not
are
baloney
scientific
argument?
Okay, let me take my 2 minutes. There are scientific contradictions inside the Torah. They're all
There's also inside the Quran.
there's 10 times worse in the
Alright.
Torah, but Allah knows that because
Cool.
this is the Mosaic revelation. So the point here with the hadith, we don't have a problem. Why? Because Allah said He will protect His reminder. Now, which very important. He didn't say I will protect the Quran. It said His reminder, which can include the hadith. So like I said, just like how the science has destroyed all the challengers here on modern day debate, you're not going to get away either.
All right, I get him the 5 more. Just for Tay. Where is it? 1 second. I wanted to save it for specifically the circumcision thing, but I think this is good enough.
That's the dumbest comment of the debate. He said it with a smile like he
sounded so great. Round and round you talk, but you don't say straight. That's the dumbest comment of the debate.
Yay! Good job, Nadir. And we're not even halfway through.
Science of the Hadith is unchallengeable. So let us just hypothetically assume the Hadith has all these problems. It's okay because the price is worth paying for it.
So if I show you a hadith where it says if a man has sexual intercourse with his wife and gets discharged first, the child will resemble the father. And if the woman gets discharged first, the child will resemble her. Now, this is clearly talking about a woman's discharge. What is a woman's discharge during intercourse? That's an orgasm. Just so you know, Mr. Science Man.
No! I'm going to yell a whole lot. No! Nadir, what the fuck do you think a squirt is?
It's crazy.
So I think this gives us confirmation that Nadir has never made a woman orgasm in his life. I mean, that's the only way. That's the only way that I can think about. Like,
I just can't believe how awful his arguments are. I mean, and I've seen like some Muslims debate on this topic, and it's not. This is the worst I've seen.
yeah.
It's really it's actually like I'm cringing. I mean, like, and
Yes.
it's defeating like his entire stance. And so what if there's contradictions? And he says, "Oh, you'll find many." Sorry, maybe I'm misthinking of it, but it's just like he's like if I were watching this, and let's say I came from an atheist or a Christian background, and I was watching this, I would not feel inclined to this particular religion that he is representing, just because
Yes.
the awful representation. Like it's just it's
Yeah, Nadir makes we've seen it, we've reviewed a bunch of debates, we've had him on here, and Nadir makes Islam completely unappealing to anyone who doesn't already believe it.
like I'm offended personally, and I don't even believe in Quran and Hadith. Like I'm personally offended for anyone that does believe in that, because I think this position deserves a better debater. Like I hate to say that, but
Well, I mean, in general, any religion deserves a better debater than Nadir. Nadir is just absolute trash. Like, let me give you. You're probably not aware of this. Nadir did a debate with an atheist friend of mine that is called Mark Reed. And then Nadir goes out and debates other people like Christians and so on. And Nadir literally lies and says that Mark Reed agreed with him about the miracles of the Quran. Which, I mean, it's a nonsensical statement on so many levels, right? And I actually let Mark know, and they had like an email chain going back and forth. And Nadir basically said, I'm going to continue lying about this because you agreed with me. And he sends like a short clip in which Mark Reed does not say what Nadir says he says. It's so... I don't understand how can someone be so disconnected from reality.
Yeah, I mean, does he even have like a fan base or an audience or something? Like, I don't see why this guy is up here. Like,
no, he doesn't, and I don't know how he gets so many debates. Lately, it's been hard for MDD to find debaters, mostly because MDD has taken a turn into being a little more Christian-sided than it used to be. It's lost a little bit of its neutrality. And one could make the argument that Nadir is brought to MDD to just make Islam look bad, right?
yeah, I believe that. Yeah,
I mean it's a fair argument.
It's a fair argument. I'm just like, I'm sure there are a lot of Sunni even Junior was better than this. I'm sorry, like I have to put it out there. Like Junior, like now looking back, like honestly, Junior wasn't that bad. You know, like he didn't actually commit shit on camera. Like I'm just saying, like I hate to say that,
Uh, did you watch Junior calling his wife on during a debate at DebateCon because they were talking about Islam is violent to women or something like that, and Junior's argument was grab his phone, called his wife, and it's like, "Hey, baby, have I ever hit you?" And she was like, "No, you would never do that," and then continued on with the debate. I've never seen that in my life. Junior was also one
He's
of
all
those.
over the place.
Yes, he's so bad that he is sometimes funny. And then there was one time where he brought like a monkey, like a teddy bear. What you call those? Yeah, like a teddy bear monkey. I forget the word. Someone will tell me what's the word for teddy bears, but the generic one. Basil for $5. Is anti-vaccine also funny? Is it as funny as flat Earth? What other anti-science positions will you promote? Basil, you know that I don't promote. I have fun with flat earthers because it's fun, but anti-vaccines, no, it's not funny. Well, I mean, if someone wants to kill their child, well, that's on them, I guess.
Mhm.
Arnold for $5 says, thank you so much. I'd like to know Basil's intellectual stance on squirt.
That's funny.
Oh boy. Is this a battle of the fantasies? Well, yes, it is. All right. I need to go to the toilet again, so I'll let this play.
Yeah, go ahead,
And
you're
I'll be
good.
right back. You got it.
That's your wacky quacky interpretation.
I guess maybe.
Before I go, we got a wacky quacky. So 25 things for that. Because Nadir, the wacky quacky are the atheists in general. You're even using your own catchphrases wrong. All right.
You're not aware of that. I guess maybe you have not experienced that. Yes. Okay. Regardless, you're saying that the Quran, when God is saying that He's preserving the reminder, God says, "Wal Qur'ani dhil dhikr," the Quran that contains the reminder. It's not saying Al Qur'ani wal Hadith. Okay. Now you're also making the argumentation that the Hadith is better than the Quran. So therefore, you are saying to me that you don't even need the Quran, that the Hadith has something sufficient for you to follow, right? Am I right to say that?
The Hadith.
What do you need? What do you need the Quran for? What do you mean the Hadith includes the Quran? You're literally saying Quran plus Hadith as they're two separate things, and you're saying the Hadith is better.
You still got 55 seconds. Do you want to turn it over?
No, not yet. I just want him to have questions. So, like the way that he's sitting here and talking, you understand that the Hadith is contradicting the Word of God, right? So is God contradictory? And you said that, this is where I want to pass it off to you. The argument says that if it was not from God, you will find much contradictions in it, and therefore it means that you might find one contradiction. Can you find me a contradiction in the Quran? Can you show me where God contradicted Himself in the Quran? Huh?
Okay, yeah, sure, no problem. In the Quran, in the Quran, there is no contradictions at all, no problem. But so I think we're done with.
So there's no contradictions in the Quran, right?
Let me take my two.
Okay, perfect. But there's contradictions. There's contradictions in Hadith.
Let me take my my 2 minutes. Thank you. It all goes back to chapter 28, verse 48. Okay, this is your barbecue here. Okay, the Quran said. And I'm going to repeat it the last time here, and then we'll move on to these other issues. So Quran said, bring me a book which is a better guide than these two. It was the Torah and the Quran. Hadith is a better guide than the Torah. Okay? Even if it has all these problems, which you are claiming it does, it doesn't matter because the price is worth it. In spite of all the alleged contradictions, all this, whatever you claim it contradicts science, it's worth it. Why? Because it has the cure to save.
sorry. Here it is. Tori, for 100 sex. That's a lot of sex. Just take my money. It's bound to upset someone. Well, thank you, Tori. Thank you so much.
All of humanity. Remember, the monkey.
Plushy. Yes, thank you. That was the word that I was looking for. And yes, Max, I agree that anti-vax isn't funny. It's pathetic. But that being said, there is a debate on this channel. Well, more of a conversation than an actual debate. We had a chat with a guy that is a former flat earther, but he's also an anti-vaxxer. And just the mere fact that I debated that guy or talked to that guy, it's not me promoting anti-vax. It's actually doing the exact opposite, Basil. But we've had this conversation how many times? At least 10 that I can count, like from memory.
So
monkey. And
I actually invited Hussein. He's another friend. He was a debater on Modern Day Debate. He's a good buddy. So if he can come, we'll see if he comes too. But I'll bring all my Muslim friends here. But because I have access to that. But I think if I were making the argument for Sunnism, I wouldn't make this debate though. I think I'm cool with Quran only or Sunni Islam. I think that you can have multiple practices within Islam. Like I believe in plurality. I don't think there's a problem.
Yeah.
The problem is he really does not represent Sunni Islam at all well. He just says it's perfect, and like I don't think anybody is buying this. It's just it's not pleasant listening to this type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not at all. It's not, and I've said it so many times just today, it's not even pleasant for me because I know he's factually wrong. Right? In some of the stuff that he says, some of the claims that he makes, like, oh, the Quran is more scientifically accurate. I'm sorry, the Hadith are more scientifically accurate than the Quran. Like, I know that's a bullshit argument. If I were to make the argument, I would say that the Hadith are an expansion on some of the practices, but I wouldn't say that it's like indispensable for the religion, right? That in general, that you can make do with the Quran and just that. I think that's a way better argument than anything Nadir said ever.
Yeah, I think it's just really bad. It's like a really bad presentation, and it's like, I don't know, like if you're defending Islam, this is not the way to do it. This is not the way to defend Islam. I am gonna put what he said to. Do you want me to give what he said now or do it later?
Oh, yeah, of course.
How much longer are we gonna be streaming for?
I don't know. I don't have however long.
Yeah, it's however long it goes. Yeah, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
While Isa gets set
okay.
up, let me just say that, Huda, it's been a pleasure having you so far. You're more than welcome anytime. And Kaja is always a pleasure too. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, my teammates are great folks. This is my fam here. So let's see. What we were saying, I just feel that this is not a good representation for Islam. It's not a good defense for Islam. And just being like, it's perfect. That's pretty much his defense. It's perfect. Although, I was going to get Nadir's thing. Sorry, that's the thing. Yeah, sorry, that was my bad. I forgot what I was doing. And I just remembered.
No problem.
Sorry, I did say that and my brain fried. Here it is. Nadir said this, okay? I think it's super important. I'll put my camera on while I am reviewing this point. So he says, I don't think I'll get a fair opportunity, so I'll have to pass, but here's my argument. The Quran-only position has a serious flaw. It removes a protective dietary restriction that already existed. The Old Testament prohibited animals such as bats/monkeys. which modern science recognizes as potential sources of dangerous zoonotic diseases, AIDS, Ebola, and COVID, which can wipe out all of humanity. The Quran-only position abandons that protection, creating a dangerous gap, while the Hadith prohibition of fanged animals restores it. If the Quran is complete, why remove a critical layer of protection only for Hadith to bring it back? So how I would respond to that if I took the Quran only position is, it doesn't matter. You can still be Quran only and say we don't agree with these, like we don't have to deal with these things. You don't necessarily need the Hadith to support and protect this situation. I think it's an interesting argument, but I would say, like, I think the best argument is that you need the Hadith to help supplement the Quran. But if Muhammad is correct, and Nadir's position is that the Hadith actually, supplant the Quran, I mean, like, that's a lot of ancient Muslims actually believe that. If you read Jonathan, what is his name? Jonathan, I'm going to get it for you. Why am I forgetting? Muslim scholar. Jonathan Brown. That's his name. Dr. Jonathan Brown. He is a big Muslim scholar. If you read his book on Hadith, he has a book in English on Hadith. You can look at that situation. And yeah, there was another scholar too. I had his book. I will mention it if I can remember it, but I had to read it for my Hadith class. He's another scholar, and they kind of talk about how Hadith sort of supplement, like, people believed in the Hadith more than the Quran, and that created a lot of problems in the Ummah, like, kind of early on.
My counter argument would be, number one, Nadir, if when humans achieve knowledge, unless it gets like overwritten like science does, or expanded or whatever, we typically don't lose knowledge. So if you're going down the chain of Judaism, Christianity, and then Islam, there are some textual problems with the whole dietary thing, basically because the Bible and Jesus say over and over and over that you're meant to keep the law forever. And then comes Paul, and Paul says, nah, we're good. So that's a problem for the Christians. But according to, if you hold to the continuity of the revelation between the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran, then you're supposed to keep the Mosaic law, right? Which means no fang things. But the biggest defeater to this argument is that zoonotic diseases are not exclusive to eating, and there are ways in which that can be mitigated. Thorough cooking is one. Antibiotics for cattle and like pork and so on is also a thing. Anti-parasitics and so on. So there are ways to mitigate this. And again, that is a big defeater to that argument, if you ask me. Let's see. Basil for $5. What are fictional works like the Quran should you debate? Maybe 100 Years of Solitude next time. Basil, I feel you. But I do like watching religious debates or inter-religious debates. Those are fun to me. And even though my brain interprets it as my fantasy is better than yours, it's still... I still like the exercise of making an argument and like defending it and so on. So I'll watch a debate about almost anything. Right?
I want to counter that position.
You got it.
I think that religion has been one of the major foundations, like, in the world. It's influenced our literature. It's influences our society. Most of the world is still religious to this day. Just kind of brushing away because you personally don't like religion. It doesn't. That's actually. It's like being in an echo chamber. Like, you want to be in an echo chamber. I think knowing religion, understanding how religion operates. How I grew up personally was I grew up that we need to have good qualities. It was in some ways, I don't know if I would call it secular. It was very spiritual. It was not oriented on kind of religious dogma. And Kaja and I grew up in the same kind of space. So that's the kind of world that we grew up in. We didn't grow up in with like this intense religious dogma, you know? And so like when I started to study religion, I'm like, I didn't come from a dogmatic space. I came from it from a very academic place. I'm like, people really care about this stuff. It really affects their life. It's very important. And I think it's necessary that we know about these situations. So I would love, again, the thing is that we have to understand when we're looking at these things, it doesn't matter if they're real or not. You can't even prove that they're real or not. That's unfalsifiable, most of this stuff. You can believe in it, and you can figure out some way that you believe in it. The importance is that people do believe in it, and they do care about it, and that's what we have to engage with. And I think it's super important. I think it's very sad when people are like, oh, I don't care about it. Like, you know, like this like super, what do they call that? The neo-atheist, like what is that guy? Like Richard Dawkins and
the new atheist.
Yeah, I'm just like, this is not helpful. Like, people really believe in stuff, so you have to navigate that. Whether you don't believe in it, if you don't, it doesn't persuade you, that's okay. It doesn't matter if it doesn't persuade you. It does persuade a lot of people, and it means a lot to a lot of people. So I think we, as humanity, should figure out how to live together and figure out how to navigate these things. And these conversations are super important because people make huge decisions based on what they believe.
Yeah.
And that
was one of the arguments that I Will, when we did the review of Will Duffy with Culture Cats, Will was saying, I don't understand why atheists want to debate religious people. And one of the things I told Will in my emails was the reason why I enjoy this debate. Number one, I like the debate. And it's because a lot of people make choices for the rest of us based on that. So even though I don't believe it, it's still an important conversation to be had, especially when people, for example, Will is a Christian, and we've spoken so many times about the trial of the bitter waters and how I can't understand how Christians think that the default position of Christianity is that abortion is wrong when it literally gives a ritual to carry out abortions, which is magic and whatever. But the ritual is there, right? So, yeah, it's a tricky subject. Basil, you triggered Basil. We get it. Isa has the feels, by the way, that is the Quran fiction or not. Isa believes.
So, I mean, I think this is a fascinating
Thank
question.
you so much.
Like, as an academic, I did say something, but I feel like I want to answer this question because at least it's kind of aligned with what we're talking about. I'm going to give it that. Still, he needs to give an analysis of this debate, which we have not heard yet. We need to have that. But because I feel charitable, I'm going to give a freebie for this one. But in the future, I will not. I do think this is an interesting question. Is the Quran fiction or not? The problem is that the premise of the question is flawed. What does fiction mean? The thing is, religious text, it's not in the space of fiction and reality. Is like, you know, ancient mythology fiction? Not exactly. That's not how these texts work. You know, they kind of give descriptive ideas of the society. They talk about deeper realities that people engage. It's not exactly fiction because the intent of the text is not fiction. So that's not what the genre is. It's not like when what's her name? J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter. Her intention of the text was fiction, right? Spiritual religious texts don't fit within that genre. It's a different kind of genre. So they need to be graded within that genre. Their intent is to tell kind of spiritual realities of society. Whether you agree with those things or not, that's fine, but the intent is different. So that's what I would say.
I wanted to show something. Hold on. Michael Fraker says, do you get into debate if Santa Claus exists or what color robe he wears? No, but let me tell you, if there were people trying to legislate my life based on their belief in Santa, I would be debating those people. Yeah, for sure. And Basil asked me if I believe this. No, I don't. But I see Isa's argument, and I do share some parts of it and some not. I do still think that all the religious texts are fiction, or basically mythology, like all others. But I don't. It doesn't have to change my relationship with Isa that we have that difference of thought. Adherents say it's not fiction. You're willfully being wrong. Wait, was that for me?
No, it's for me. The point is,
they say, yeah, but Isa doesn't hold to that.
The issue that I have with this person is I'm giving an academic explanation. You're talking about some kind of person who is a literalist, which is a subsect of religious people. Mainline elements of a lot of these religions don't take that position. So no, it's not false. And you taking this hyper literalistic format and not understanding religious pluralism is a deeply problematic position. And I think this is a problem. Like, if you don't want atheists to be misrepresented, don't misrepresent religious people either. You have to give the same courtesy. You don't want people to say, hey, you believe in a religion and stuff. Don't misrepresent religious people. That's some religious people who take that position. You know what I mean? It's like saying all people who are atheists or secular humanists are people who believe in like the Gulag and believe in Stalinism. That's dishonest and unfair. This position is a dishonest, unfair position to religious people. You know, you're saying I'm going to give the most. I'm going to create a straw man and say here's this literalistic interpretation of one group of people who have a religious ideology, and now all people have that. All religious adherents have that. That's false and fraudulent. Sorry.
Yeah. And again, like we said earlier, something doesn't have to be literally true. It doesn't have to be a true story for you to derive any kind of meaning from it.
And that's what I'm saying about mythology. I just think it's a different genre than fiction. What it's trying to convey is something different than what fiction's conveying. They're just in different spaces, you know. You don't have to believe the mythology is true. You don't have to believe it's true. But I'm just saying it's just a different genre than fiction. It just functions as a different type of text, you know.
Yeah, he's just being like cheeky in that sense. I get it, but the ultimate, like Isa said, it's unfalsifiable. I don't think there's a God, but I can't really prove it. I can make arguments and so on, but I can't give evidence. And the same way that people can't give evidence for the existence of God. And I think that all of the arguments for the existence of God are inherently fallacious. But that is just for Basil, for $5. Is Isa a professor? Why does he keep saying he's an academic? Dude, he just told you that he's getting a master's degree in Islamic studies. He's an academic of religion. I get it. You don't think that people outside of science are academics and you're the only expert on every subject.
And I'm sorry, that's
wrong.
That is falsifiable and it's wrong. That's just a wrong statement. There are multiple disciplines of academia, and there's rigor. Because you're not in that. We can do the same thing. Anybody can play the game and say your position is false, but that's not how if this person was a true academic, they would know there are different disciplines, you know, and they're under the rules and rigors of discipline of academia.
So wait, him getting a master's degree does not make him an academic? I'm sorry, but now I have to ask you, how do you define an academic then? And we're getting into the problem of you using words without clear meanings. Remember the whole grifter thing. So if you would please define what academic is for you, I would appreciate it. All right, let's.
At one point,
keep it going.
This was stated here. That's what you do when you're doing a dissertation and a thesis. Is you do research. That is what you have to do to get an advanced degree. You have to do research in order to do that. So, just saying.
But to be fair, Basil has said, for example, James, the MDD owner, has a PhD in behavioral psychology. And Basil went down really, really hard on that master's thesis. Yeah, but it's on the way. I don't know if he's planning on getting a PhD in Islamic studies, but
I do have a doctorate though. I have a doctorate of ministry, so I've already did a dissertation. I'm doing a specialization in Islamic studies, but yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so I mean,
But
I
after
do
you
have
finish your master's, if you want, you could go and get a PhD in Islamic studies, right?
Right. I actually was doing a PhD in comparative religion. Like I was going to do my dissertation on Jesus and through different through Jewish and Christian Muslim perspectives. So it's like I've been in academia for quite a long time, particularly within religion. So it's bizarre that a person would even make this claim. Like this is like I'm like the wrong person to make this position with. This and if you're critiquing James on getting a PhD, no, I feel that this person doesn't have a PhD. That's my feeling. I think this is like some kind of jealous stuff going on. You know, this person doesn't have a doctorate or probably even a master's degree to even make these positions. So,
well, he claims, and I believe him, that he has a master's in physical chemistry, which is crystallography and that kind of stuff.
So let's grant that to be true. Then that's what this person's specialty is in.
I do,
and that's it. Let's grant it as true.
Yeah.
That is all his specialties in. His specialty is not in comparative religion. It's not in history. It's not in philosophy. If I want to go to him on physical chemistry, he's an expert within that field.
Yeah.
That's what he means. If he has a master's degree in that, like Dolph Rundgren, I think has a master's in chemistry. And so he has an expertise in that field. And you can get a master's degree can be a terminal degree. Like if I'm doing a master's in social work too. So a master's in social work is a terminal degree. You can get a PhD in social work, but you would just do it in research. But when you get a master's in social work and you get like licensing, that's a terminal degree to do therapy and stuff. So,
I looked into doing Bible studies here. The problem is that the only institution you have to get like a Bible study a degree, you also have to take seminary. So yeah. Basil, you're getting just I smell a little bit of triggeredness here. But Isa is willing to share. Like Isa, do you want to share?
Yeah, I did a publication on Shamgar Ben Anath. You can look it on academia.com. So it's peer reviewed. So yeah, you can read that. Let me see, I can pull it up. Let's see. Let me get it. Let me find it. I've written a lot of stuff actually. But
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at something Arnold said.
Yeah, here it is. You can read this. It's like 17 pages. Here's this. I'll put it in the chat. This is one of the articles this is one of the papers I've written.
Perfect.
It's on Shamgar Ben Anath, who is mentioned twice in the Hebrew scriptures. I did this for my Hebrew scriptures class back when I was doing my doctorate for what's it called? For
comparative
religion, yeah.
Oh, awesome. All right, let's keep it going. Oh, we lost Huda. She was fun.
And not just only the monkey, there are other zoonotic diseases like bats and other animals which have things. From the bats came the COVID. It has the cure to save all of humanity. Why is
pork has zoonotic diseases and it doesn't have fangs? And there's a bunch of other zoonotic diseases that come from animals without fangs.
Hadith better than even the Quran? Because you are urinating upon yourself. And that's perfectly normal. Let me get to you the statements over here. The Quran, only people are najas. Is dribbling after peeing normal? This is from Michigan University School of Medicine, not from jihadalakbar.com. Okay, listen to what it says. It's perfectly normal. It's perfectly normal to have a little bit of dribble. And non-Muslim people don't spend that extra minute in the bathroom to wipe it all. Only the people who follow Hadith.
Oh, for fuck's sake. How can someone get this wrong? Nadir. It talks about when sometimes urine is retained. And you should know this because you use this argument for your silly idea that the sperm comes from between the backbone and the ribs. What the dribble means, it's about the vas deferens conduct that sometimes a couple of drops remain there, and it can, wet your underwear or whatever. And what it says is that some people have more dribble than others, but no one needs the Quran to tell them, or the Hadith to tell them how to do that, right? For example, I go and I have a continuous stream and I'm done, and I rarely have any dribble left, right? But then, Nadir, you know that you can also shake it a little bit, and it comes out. Like, what is this argument? Max, for $5 Singaporean, he should change his name to Bowel Problems after getting railed like that. Oh my. Max has demonstrated that I was railed. I'm therefore out. Take it easy.
To do that. Okay, so this is just one example. Second example, Muslims, we as Muslims, we are circumcised. But the Quran people only, they are not circumcised. Well, what's the problem with that? We now know from modern science that circumcision prevents.
Where's the claim? He just made a claim that Quran only Muslims are not circumcised. He just made a claim. What's the evidence for that? His claim is just because it's not there that the Quran only Muslim won't do it.
Yeah.
They can still do a lot of stuff. The point is that they don't believe that they're beholden to doing those things. That's the argument. He doesn't understand that argument.
No, and he doesn't understand that sometimes people have customs which are not codified into the holy books. Right?
Correct.
Oh my God, Arnold, no! Arnold says, always do the gooch squeeze. You reach under towards the beehole, and the taint, and then squeeze forward like you're emptying a tube of toothpaste. I learned this on Reddit and it changed my life. Never have dribble again.
reference here, prevents these STDs.
That's your time.
And so now there's a voluntary program to get these people circumcised to prevent them from STDs. The science.
No, Nadir. Circumcision does not prevent STDs. Okay, what does it say here? And again, we get a snippet. We don't get the article. Okay. I'm looking at the alt metric. 4 citations, 9,000 views. Huh. This is weird. Okay, it says here. Summary. What is already known about this topic? Voluntary medical male circumcision is associated with an approximately 60% reduction in the risk for female-to-male transmission of HIV. The U.S.'s President's Plan for AIDS Relief through CDC and other organizations has supported VMMC for HIV prevention in Eastern and South Africa. Okay, there's the article. Hold on. cdc.gov/mmwr/volumes/72/mm721082.html. Okay. The page you're looking for is not found. That's weird. Well, CDC study on circumcision. Preventing HIV. Okay, I got this. Let's see what the fuss is all about. What is added by this? Okay, we read this. During the 2017 to 2021, CDC supported an additional 8 million circumcisions performed in 13 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa. Compliance with post-operative follow-up visits within 14 days of circumcision was high, and use of device-based circumcision remains low. What are the implications? CDC's continued support of the circumcision program is a critical component to ending the AIDS epidemic and reaching the joint United Nations program on HIV/AIDS 2025 target of 90% of eligible males having access to circumcision in prioritized countries. Voluntary male circumcision was endorsed by the WHO and the Joint United Nations Program on HIV/AIDS after it was found to be associated with approximately a 60% reduction. Oh, shoot, I'm not sharing. An approximate 60% reduction. Where the hell was I? 60% in the risk for female to male transition of HIV. And it has a 1 there. Let's see. Oh, yeah, reference. Okay. As a result of this endorsement, the U.S. President planned for AIDS relief through partnerships with U.S. government agencies, including CDC, blah, 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 blah. They made more circumcisions. Evaluation and reporting data were used to provide an update and describe CDC's contribution to the scale of the VMMC Pro, which is important to meeting whatever. I would like to know how this is true. I would really like to know how this is true. Oh, there's an email here. DOI. I'm trying to find the citation where they give the data or like the explanation of how it's possible that's true. Okay, I'll save this for later. I won't bore you with me just reading on stream.
Science is you cannot beat the science of the hadith.
Okay, Mr. Science of the Hadith. In the Hadith, it states that if I eat 7 ajwa dates, a specific date that comes from Medina, that poison will not affect me. Is that scientific?
Yes.
So are you willing to eat 7 ajwa dates and show me how the Hadith is superior to the Quran now?
Well, we don't.
And by
know,
the way,
we
we'll
don't
go
know
back
what
to the
strain was. We don't know what the strain of that.
Yeah, this is
the cope. Yeah, we don't know. So the Quran is not clear on what ajwa dates are. Okay, got it.
It's Muhammad's 2 minutes.
Well, the Quran, no, the Hadith. Sorry.
I'm fine. I'm fine. The man just wants to cook him.
7 ajwa. dates. Dates are the fruit of the palm tree.
This is actually what we talked about in the debate. Remember?
Yeah.
This is what
Yeah.
we talked about with Dave, and David actually has this in his Islamicize Me. This is just, it's a very bad argument. My problem is like why Nadir doesn't do well, in my opinion, is he takes no concessions. He always has to be right. He can never yield and just say, yeah, you have a point here. And that just makes it seem like really disingenuous. You've got to yield, bro. You got to say, yeah, that's a valid point. Just being like, I'm always right. People are just going to be like, okay, dude, we're not into this.
Yeah, no, it's
Mea
bad.
culpa.
I mean, Nadir, if you truly believe this, you would demonstrate it. Of course, if you were doing this with me, I would stop you and I would tell you, like, dude, no, don't do that. You're going to die. Junior said the same thing. I don't know. And then it also has to do with, like, okay, what type of poison are you going to have, right? So, like, oh, this is such a bad argument, because in order to demonstrate its validity, you have to literally poison yourself. And I don't know anyone who would be willing to do this. Like, no one has that much faith.
You're forgetting. You forgot something, buddy. That's exactly what our friend said. Junior said he was willing to do it.
Yeah, I know. But did he do it? No. And if he did it, would he be successful? No. So, I mean, it's not, I don't know. It's one of those claims that, oh, you really believe this? I would love you to demonstrate that to me. But then again, like the good part in me would
but you really
prevent
don't.
him from doing it.
No,
I don't want to. But
yeah, and it's exactly what David did.
Claims,
you remember?
Right? Yeah.
The good part of David was like, I cannot let you do this, bro.
No, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't want you to just die because you're stupid. Do you think you are a good debater? Yes.
I agree. I think you are.
Dude, a lot of times people have even a hard time tracking the argument, and I make very simple arguments. I lay them out, and like people just don't keep up. It usually happens because I debate people who are very dumb, but yeah, I think I'm good.
Like, bro, I can't believe this. But okay, so now.
Also, I thought you were on your way out. I mean, it's okay. You can stay, dude. You. It's all good.
We're talking about balls are dribbling, right? Like pee is dribbling. There's a hadith about when the Prophet went with his people to a pilgrimage, and people were complaining, Prophet, how do you expect us to do this? Because our balls are dribbling. If we had known, we would have not done this ihram. So why are their balls dribbling? And you're saying that the Prophet came to cleanse. Now, when you're making the argument that the Quran doesn't teach you how to cleanse, God says God loves those who purify. And God talks about when the menstruation is done, it's for the wife to purify before touching her. And God consistently talks about the people who go to the mosque and purify themselves. Do you really need someone to teach you how to purify?
Yeah, that's the big problem Nadir has. He thinks that those purification rituals are about hygiene, and he's just wrong. Because it's not about like literal hygiene. That came much, much later. It's about spiritual purification. It's a symbolic thing. Because if you have your hands dirty, say you accidentally touch poop, and you have your hands dirty, and you just sprinkle water over them, your hands are still dirty, right? If you touch E. coli, you still have E. coli in your hands.
Yourself after going from okay, perfect. So then now let's go back to the hadith and what the hadith presents.
I like this. Basil says, not super chatting, but I'm sure you'll make up the difference. You know that the last time you did something like that, you got really outshone. But I like how you can dish it, but the moment someone dishes it back on you, you fold like a cheap suit. That's probably why you don't debate, I guess. I'm guessing you choke. But that's just my intuition. It's been known to be wrong.
You keep wanting to talk about miracles of science, correct? So now
Yes.
tell me whichever strand where it says that 7 ajwa dates would lead you to like to be free from cyanide poisoning or mustard gas or whatever else types. Now you go back to the same verse. There's a logical problem with what you're saying. God says the Quran and the Torah bring me a book better than them so that I would follow it singular. So you're saying that the hadith is the only thing you follow, and now you're disregarding the Quran and you're disregarding the Torah. You want to make a comparison between the Torah and the hadith, fair, but the Quran is still superior. So that's why that argument was being presented. But it's not saying that I brought you the Quran and the hadith. You're saying that the hadith is text that came after the Quran to challenge the Quranic narrative. Do you understand that this is disbelief?
Okay, now as you can see, first of all, going back to these issues of scientific errors. Okay, let me help him with a delusion he's having here. It will not.
Oh boy, if there's someone delusional in this debate, Nadir, it's you. And what's Basil saying? He encouraged Max to super chat. That's fine. Then said, got it. And then said, unmod me. I'm done with you. Oh, I've heard that before, but it's okay. You can keep your mod.
Not overrule the verdict.
Basil, I love how you think that this is going to make me... Well, in your head, am I, after you say this, am I like begging, like, please, Basil, don't leave. I need you. I need your super chat. Like, no, dude. They're awesome. When you send super chat, that's awesome. But it doesn't give you any power over me. Do it then. What? No, I'm not going to. I'm going to leave it there. It will trigger you knowing that you still have mod.
Let me explain what that means. You see, I showed you hadith, which were clearly scientific miracles, and I have many more. The delusion you're having here, Muhammad, is you're thinking, okay, but if I can go to the hadith and show alleged scientific contradictions, which I haven't dealt with yet, I will.
Spoiler alert, no, he won't.
Somehow, it will make the scientific miracle arguments go poof.
Well, Nadir, yes, that's how rebuttals work. When you claim that a book has scientific miracles, which, I mean, who the fuck knows what that means? But then you can show how it literally contradicts reality. Then your original argument is debunked. Because the idea that, oh, what you perceived as a miracle was just a coincidence or was just acquired knowledge that was received in some other way other than revelation, then, yeah, it destroys your argument completely. You can just say, nah, Nadir, and pretend the argument to go away. That's what you are doing. You're projecting right now.
That's a delusion you're having in your head. It will not overrule the verdict.
That's cool. That's a fallacy
let me. This is my time. Let me take my time.
Overgeneralization.
The issue is this: those scientific miracles do exist in the book. Mm-hmm. Those scientific miracles don't go poof if you find something that contradicts science. Furthermore, even if we were to accept your argument that there are other hadith which contradict science, that does not refute my argument that even in spite of all the issues and problems, though, if we do see hadith, it still is the best.
Listen to Aldebaran. He's never contributed to the channel, but he's from Hawaii or so I've heard. That's how the latter half is funny.
Guidance for all of you.
But how many times have you heard that I'm from Uruguay and yet you don't bash me over that? Again, dude, you know that the super chats are nice, but dude, it will never give you power over me. Like, never. Unless I specifically do something for money, which is like, for example, when John bribed me with 200 pounds to keep streaming for 4 more hours, unless it's something specific like that, then it's kind of like a coin toss, right?
Humanity, because you say, well, my book says to say we are supposed to be pure. No, it's got to specifically say, don't pee on yourself like we read in the Hadith. Okay? You urinate upon yourself, and we're telling you, don't urinate upon yourself. Only the Muslims are pure in this sense.
Motherfucker, you're so dumb. Nadir, that is absolutely ridiculous.
Does not explicitly state that in the Quran. Okay, so the argument which I think we can finish you off on here, there are clear scientific miracles in this book which you cannot refute.
No, Tay is the other one. That's how I make the difference. Tay is the dumb one, and Tay is you.
This can only come from God. Now, once we establish this fact, then we can go into these other issues of ajwa dates and orgasms and whatever you feel is.
Nadir, you're deflecting again. We're up to 25. Why are we talking about pee? So apparently there's a hadith that talks about, I don't know if it's about shaking or whatever, and Nadir thinks that that's a good argument. I mean, how can someone be that dumb?
Contradicting to the Quran. And that's fine, but we need to first establish this base point.
I'm sorry. We need to drag it back to the debate. So the debate is about whether the Quran is sufficient for someone to learn their religion, or is Hadith essential for someone to follow their religion. He wants to keep talking about science, and there is not a single group or class of Muslims in this world that is a sect like this man would agree with his position, where he would say that the Hadith is superior.
I agree with Mohammed here. Nadir is not. Nadir is not the default position representing Sunni Islam. This is just Nadir's arguments. And they're trash.
To the Quran. There is absolutely no Muslim in the world that would say what Nadir said today. But let's go back to the religion. God is outlining to us everything in regards to what we need to do for us to find salvation on the day of judgment in the Quran. That is the argument. And now you started your monologue at the very beginning before your thing that me and you are on the same path or whatever. God says in the Quran.
I should order one of these guys to take with me to Antarctica. What do you think? I can tell where the refraction is and the gravity, all with a little camera and a gauge.
On those who divided their religion into sects, that the Prophet has nothing to do with them. So your position is completely flawed, and the Prophet has nothing to do with what you're trying to resemble, i.e. balls are dribbling and monkeys and whatever else you want to keep talking about. The religion of God is complete in the Quran, and it teaches you on how to find salvation. What you're doing is you created a sect. The Prophet was not a Sunni. The Prophet did not judge with Hadith books. The Prophet did not say most of what you guys keep attributing to, finding one or two things that are correct and finding 10 things that are wrong. Why would I trust this book for my religion, for my salvation? Do you understand what the conversation is? It's not about these 4 things that align with science and now you're happy. Everything in the Quran is supposed to be aligning when it comes down to the matters of science outside of the miracles. I'm presenting to you things that are not miraculous in nature that clearly contradicts science. And you're like, oh, no, it's okay. Let's just shove that down. Bro, a fly, if you put it in water, one of the wings has an antidote and the other one has a poison.
That's true. I've read that hadith. That is unbelievably dumb.
This is not true, bro. You cannot give me apologetics. The urine of a camel is not going to solve your problems with your stomach. This is all unscientific. Let's get back to the conversation about whether the Quran is sufficient for religion. Does the Quran require hadith for it to be understood on what you need to do so that you are saved on the day of judgment?
All right, we're turning it over, restarting.
Yeah. Now, please keep in mind, I've not been able to answer all of these arguments he's presenting to me because there's too many. You know, I still.
Yeah, and this is the third time you say that, and that gets you, we did 25, let's do 30. Nadir, if every time you say that you can't address the arguments because they were too much, you could have addressed at least 5.
Will address your issue about ajwa dates, orgasm, fly, and urine.
Spoiler alert, no, he won't.
All that stuff I will. But my point here is we need to first, make a very important, my argument here. And I still haven't got to the historical evidence showing that the early Muslims did follow hadith. So again, if you don't hear a refutation from me, on his point, please keep in mind, I'm overwhelmed. He's bringing too much point. But I do believe 2849 answers everything. God is telling you, okay? He said, follow both bring me a book which is a better guide than the Quran and the Torah. The Torah at that time, and even till today, has worse problems than everything you stated. So God's perfectly fine with it. It's you who is not fine with it.
Yes, without this is a toddler going up against an MMA fighter. This is not even close. So even though Muhammad looks good, I would have to see him against an actual debater and not Nadir the clown.
Okay, so this verse clearly refutes you because this is called a Mosaic revelation. But I want to get to the most important point here. You said, okay, look, 1 or 2 things in the hadith which are correct and 10 things are wrong. It's not just 1 or 2 things. Okay, there's a lot of scientific miracles in this book, in the hadith, proving it to be the greatest guide of all of mankind.
No, there's not. You're literally wrong on everything.
And there's not 10 things wrong with it. And those...
Oh, there are, yes. I mean, just Muhammad today brought up 10 things that are wrong with the hadith.
Things are so significant and so important that we cannot live without this type of guidance. Those people who do, they're going to perish. For example, why do we have all these diseases like AIDS and Ebola and COVID? Because they don't follow the hadith. And let me give you another one. And I just want to share my screen real quick. So the issue tonight here is you cannot produce a book better than the hadith.
Yes, you can.
You said, "Oh, this Nadir is saying that the hadith is a better."
All right,
that's your time.
Sure. So he said you cannot present a book that is better than the hadith. The hadith has presented books that is better than it throughout history. We had Muwatta Malik, which was supposed to be the end all and be all of hadith, and it was such an amazing book. And then all of a sudden we have another book that is better than it. And Musnad Ahmad was supposed to have all Sahih. Then we deemed it to be weak. Some of it is weak. And then we had Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, and we're still going through this whole concept of nonsense. You still don't want to talk about the concept of what the religion is talking about. You want to talk about science when you yourself is flawing in you're completely being dismantled in regards to what the science is being presented in the hadith. Bro, do you know there's a hadith that states that the feet
you know what? I'll buy it. I'll unmod you for $200. I mean, if you want to have fun, we can have fun.
Fever, it originates from hellfire? Bro, no. Scientifically, it's not the fire of hell that's causing you having a fever in your head. It's high temperature, bro. The fever of hell is not going to be something that you're going to be able to sustain. But regardless of the science, can you actually stick to what you presented? You're saying, for example, at the beginning, the case of Christianity and Judaism is dead. Yet the Quran states that some Christians and some Jews who believe in God in the last day, that they will and do righteous deeds, they will have their rewards with God. The Quran is showing you that if someone submits himself to God and he does his part, he finds the reward with God. While your hadith books teaches you that everybody is going to hell, 73 sects except one is saved. When God says that sectarians, such as yourself, are deemed as idolaters, and no idolater is going to be found in heaven. So you're
Oh, damn, Nadir. The only thing missing from that rebuttal was your mama's joke. Holy shit. Nadir just got destroyed.
hadith books promotes idolatry. Your hadith book promotes shirk. Do you understand the graveness of your situation? I don't think you do. You want to talk about nonsense that has absolute.
I mean, Nadir, Mohammed is 100% correct. When you made claims and I cringed and I thought to myself, holy shit, that was shirk, then that is just it. I mean, Nadir, you're cooked.
No bearing to your religion. God is not going to ask me about these scientific things on the day of judgment. He's going to ask me, why are you following things that you have no knowledge in? Why are you following conjecture? And you want to keep bringing up a verse? Here's a verse for you. These are the ayats of God we recite to you in truth. In what hadith after God and his verses do they want to follow? Do you want to follow a hadith after God and his verses?
All right, there's your time.
Yeah. So this guy, he's supposed to speak Arabic. Okay, so let me teach this Arab, allegedly, some Arabic, because hadith linguistically also means statement. So when he said this hadith, which one are you going to follow? This includes all Quran and hadith. So you're just
Isa Kaja, is either of you there? I need a ruling. Guess not.
spinning your own wacky quacky interpretations upon the Quran, pretending you don't know Arabic. Okay, but now I'm gonna finish you off here. Okay, so let's on and the hadith.
Fuck! I did it again. Shit. Why does the numeric keyboard navigate the video? Holy fuck, that's so annoying. Hold on, let me do this. And we'll get right back to it. I'm so fucking dumb. Well, not a Muslim. I need a ruling on the Arabic. And yeah, hold on. We'll do that.
What are we doing? Sorry, I had to step out for a minute. What happened?
Just as I gave you the crack. So
are we doing final thoughts?
No, not yet. Well, we're close though. Nadir just said that linguistically in Arabic, hadith means statement. Is that true?
No, it means like story.
I thought so.
Yeah, it's like a story. Hadiths are stories. Like if you look at it, it's like a story. You could say like a story, a narrative. That's usually what hadith means. I really would have opined. I would have pined, I should say, for Nadir to like study these arguments before he comes in. Like even if you chat GPT it, it's not bad. It's better to just like know what your arguments are and like make sure you have everything clear. It would be better, you know.
I mean, that's all Nadir does. Nadir has when he showed his desktop, Nadir has ChatGPT pinned right there. And remember that debate where all citations he brought up were from ChatGPT? Yeah, Nadir is one of the kings of ChatGPT. All right, I'll keep it going a little bit more, and we can wrap it up for tonight because I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah, you could also say like hadith is like a report, an account. These are better things. Like hadiths are traditions. That's not false, but that's not what the word means. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know. Like every time someone makes those arguments, I'm always. I've had too many times Muslims lie to me about Arabic to make an argument. And Tori says, my Palestinian friend says Hadith means speech.
I mean, that's fine. You could probably use that word like a talk, like a speech. You could. It has multiple things. So you could say that. That's fine.
Yeah, mostly because Semitic languages are unprecise.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
In some aspect. That's why we moved away from those and we developed other linguistic systems. Vanguard Shield says Nadir is a clanker lover. Yes, he is.
And I would agree with you. This is why it's like weird when people are like, Arabic is the best language of all time. I'm like, it has utility, but it has limitations too. And it, like, you as a linguist know the limitations. A lot of these Muslims, like when I hear a Muslim tell me that Arabic has always existed, I'm like, it's so disgusting and dishonest. I'm like, you actually don't know this subject. You're just making a claim because you think you can get away with it because no one will fact check you on this.
Yeah.
Because most people you're debating are not scholars and don't know anything. So they'll be like, oh yeah, sure. It's always, it's always existed. I'm like, no, we can show Proto-Arabic. You know what I mean? Hebrew was developed too. All of these languages developed, and they didn't always exist. I don't like, as an academic, I'm against exceptional claims. I think people need to stay away from that stuff. It really doesn't look good. It doesn't make your religion look good. Just say, hey, this thing makes me feel good. It helps support me in my life. Like, that's so much stronger than an argument like, this is the best thing ever. And I'm like, you don't even know enough stuff to make that claim. Like, you're making a claim where you don't even know all the religions. Like, do you know Jain religion? Do you have an extreme competency? This is where I give most atheists who are not like, their head is not in the ground. Like, most atheists who are like honest and sincere, they know a lot more about religion than most people, than like theists do. Like, theists don't really know about other religions at all, and they don't even know their own religion. Well, what they claim is their religion. That's usually the case. And an atheist who's like, oh, I'm interested in exploring this. There are atheists who will just, say, I believe in science. Like, I'm science and I think all of it's crazy. And I'm like, but you don't know anything about religion, bro. Like, you didn't do the work. You don't have the integrity. So you're like in the same place as these people who are like, my religion is the greatest thing. And then you get challenged. And you're like, so what does your religion actually believe? What are the structure of your religion? Oh, I have no idea. I got it from mom and dad, because it's a tribalistic element. It's a tribalistic inheritance. It's not actually like these people sat down and like, what do I really believe about my world and my reality? Most people don't do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's transmitted a lot like politics. People just get grown into it and never think about it. What I always like talking with religious people and seeing what they believe and so on, even since I was very little. And when you start seeing some of these trends of people that claim to have knowledge of the Bible and so on, how many times have I run into people that have no fucking clue what the Bible says, right? Or that have been straight up lied to. Like, for example, there's a woman I follow on well, I don't follow her. Facebook just suggests her post to me. She's like an anti-abortionist doctor, right? And she is always on and on about the Bible. So the thing that I always do, I just post what's the verse? It's Numbers 5 verses 11 through 29, where they talk about the trial of the bitter waters and so on. And that's all I do. I post that. And more often than not, the rebuttal that I get from her followers is that, oh, that does not mean abortion. So let me get this straight. If a woman is pregnant, drinks the bitter waters, and her womb discharges, you're telling me that she will still be pregnant? No. Oh, Basil, you're triggered. Oh, you're triggered. Come on.
Well, I kind of find that lovely, because look at this earlier statement here with, this. I think, I don't want to be mean, but I think it reflects on the person. Maybe that last statement is about the person who's, sending out the comment. Yeah, I think a person is not very intelligent or smart if they think something is dumb and they don't know anything about the topic. How can you think something is dumb when you don't even know what it is? You know what I'm saying? I find that to be strange. You actually have, I'm not even saying you have to have a degree, but you actually have to do research. You actually have to have knowledge. You have to have, like, for example, I'm actually quite impressed with you. Like, you know a lot about Islam, more than probably most Muslims do, to be quite honest with you.
You want to know why? It's because I feel like critiquing something without understanding it is it's ridiculous, right? Like I met atheists that tell me, "Oh, I've never read the Bible." It's like, okay, I get that you're an atheist, but you never got the curiosity of why don't I believe and these people do believe just by reading this book. And that's what got me to read the Bible. And that's what gets me interested in knowing what the people believe to find the best vector to attack, like in the debate sense, right? But yeah, I put a lot of effort into trying to learn what people believe.
I agree. I think this is the issue. You can't say something is stupid, and if you don't even know what it is. Like, that really, and honestly, it makes you look stupid. Like, you can't actually be a smart person, and you say, yeah, this thing is dumb, and I've never researched it, I've never studied it, I've never looked into it. I just think it's dumb because it's against what I believe. I'm like, well, you're just in an echo chamber, and you're just, the thing is, what I think religious people are trying to say to atheists, it's not that they're religious, it's that they're dogmatic. You have atheists who are extremely dogmatic, and they're like very entrenched in what they say, this is absolutely correct and this is absolutely true. That's not a religious statement, that's a dogmatic statement. And there are atheists like that, and you can be unintelligent and be atheist, and you can be unintelligent and be religious. These are both
of course.
These are equal claims. I think some people say, well, I'm an atheist, so that makes me smart. I'm like, no. It doesn't. It doesn't. You could just be an atheist. Like, all an atheist is someone who, lives life as God doesn't exist. Like, that's pretty much it. That's what, like, an atheist is. And it's not even like you have to explore and research the arguments to be an atheist. You know what I mean? That's not inherent in the definition of atheism. So I think it's really wild that you have these people like, I'm ego, hubris, and arrogance. And they're like, and I'm like, dude, you don't know anything about this subject. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm like, this guy doesn't know anything about Islam. Like, he knows the word Quran, and that's probably like the maximum of his thing. And he knows the word Gaza. He probably doesn't even know the history of Gaza or anything about that region. You know what I'm saying? Which I think is wild. Like, you're making these outlandish claims that you don't even know anything about this stuff. You don't know the history about these things. You don't know history about religion, of land, any of this stuff. And you have these outlandish claims that you're so intelligent. And I don't know. It boggles me. It boggles me that someone takes that position.
Oh my, Basil is really triggered. How do defend special relativity since you don't understand it? Awesome that I never have to talk about special relativity. I sometimes touch upon a cursory understanding of general relativity, because sometimes you do have to explain to flat earthers how gravity works. But that being said, we've discussed this, and I have a hard time believing that you can't retain my explanations, because we've explained to you that there are a wide range of levels of understanding. And I gave you the example. I understand how to work a synthesizer to make whatever sound I can think of. I know how to set it up. I know how to operate it. I know what knobs to move to make the synth go wop, 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 and what to do to make it go like boom, and that kind of stuff. That's one level of understanding. I could not build, for the life of me, a synthesizer myself. Those are different levels. And you can be an expert in using synthesizers to make sounds, like I am, or you can be an expert at making the synth, or both, right? But they're just in one thing. We have three different levels, distinct levels of understanding. Someone who can operate a device, someone who can build a device, and someone who can operate and build a device. Those are three different levels of understanding. Then Isa is right. Ban me. Do it. No. Now that you're super triggered, you're even more fun than you are usually.
Well, it's funny because I've never said ban this person. And it's funny the person is calling me a joke, but I don't know. I think that the joke is here. It's like, it's sad. We're talking about religion. We're engaging this concept of religion. We're discussing the material. I actually made I made a challenge, and my challenge hasn't been addressed. My challenge was, tell us what the debate is about. Give us the arguments. This person is not tracking, is not following. I find that wild.
Luke, this is exactly what I was thinking. You make fun of Witted, yet you don't understand the thing he's making fun of. No, dude, in this situation, today, you're the Witted. You're the Witted. You know nothing about this. That's why you're trying to make it all about you. And you're very triggered because you'd rather just change the subject than sit down, shut up, and learn something.
And I think it would be interesting to actually know what these arguments are. Yeah, and then he said to me that I'm unable to call the Quran fictional. The thing is, I don't even agree with the framework. I don't agree with the standard of the position. So I'm like, how can I even go there when I don't grant it? And also, the point is, you need to tell us what this debate is about. We want to know. I know you know this word Quran. I don't think you've read the Quran. You probably don't know what the Quran's about. You probably don't know what even exists in the Quran, which I think is funny. I find it really funny when people talk about religion and they know nothing about it. Like, they're like, I know this word. I know this word Quran. I know this word Muslim. But then when it comes beyond that, and that's actually what happened with Christian apologetics, because I've studied Christian apologetics too. The Christian apologetics were not able to engage with Islam early on because they didn't understand how Islam operated, right? But then when they actually studied and learned the intricacies of Islam, particularly like Salafi Islam, they did very, very well in these debates because they understood how the mechanisms worked. And I've listened to Muslims, they don't understand how Christianity works. They don't understand the mechanisms. So like, they've read the text, but they don't understand how the religion works. So that's why they fail in their engagement. They're just like, well, look at these things. This is unethical. I'm like, yeah, but you're projecting your Islamic standard onto these texts. They don't use your standard. Thus, your argument fails, you know?
Oh, no.
What's up? What happened?
The Bassett is being witted right now. I have not. I think it's a joke. How do you think it's a joke when you know nothing about? You basically have your jersey that says, I'm a raging atheist, and you're just hanging from the fence, waving your shirt in the air and just cheering for your team like, yeah, atheism, atheism. Dude, that's disgusting. I need someone to give me an image of Basil at the football pitch with his atheist shirt and just like completely inaginated, gone, and just Oh my God. Arnold, if you're there, I need you.
What's funny, he talks a lot about Gaza all the time, and he doesn't even know that the motivating function of most people in Gaza is Islam. Like, that's one of the biggest things for and it's actually one of the strongest things of why people convert to Islam is Palestine. It's actually one of the biggest functions I've seen is people convert because of this situation, because they believe that the faith that the Muslims have in Gaza is so strong that they are connected and resonate with it, right? And it's so funny. It's like, you care about this cause, but you don't even really know these people that you're talking about. So how do you even have empathy and care for these people? It's just a word. You don't really actually, like, I know these people. Like, I've gone and spent time with them. I broke bread with these people. I went and stayed with them. I went to school with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know Palestinians really well. This person is just a word to this guy. He doesn't even know what a Palestinian is. You know what I mean? Which I think is so funny. And I find it so funny in like the liberal world that they're like, we care about Palestine, but you know nothing about it. You know nothing about Arab people. You know nothing about Palestinians. And it's just a bunch of words, you know?
Yeah.
And I like your position. You're just like, dude, I don't care about this. You know, like I'm like, you're like, I don't.
I
believe in
don't.
violence.
Yeah.
I don't. But you're not pretending that you're like, I'm this bastion for Gaza and
No,
Ramallah.
don't give
Like,
a fuck. Doesn't affect me in any way.
Like,
And
we
that's
could ask
one of the
Basil, does he even
problems.
know any of these states in Palestine? Does he know what Nablus is? Like, he doesn't know what any of this stuff is. You know what I mean? He doesn't know what you know,
One of the
El
problems I
Khalil
have
Hebron is, you know?
is that I don't relate to the Arabs and I don't relate to the Jews other than in the most basic human level, and me being a pacifist, right? I would like the fighting and the war and the expending of resources to stop. But other than that, I have no connection to this. And it sound really stupid. I know. I can't find funny jokes so that I can touch the subject in a less dramatic way than talking about genocide, right? So that's me. That's my personality. That's how I deal with stuff. And I can't.
Well, I find this funny because I'm like, again, you're not an expert, though. You don't know what Jenin is. You don't know what Al Khalil is. You don't know anything about these people. You know nothing about their culture. So how can you make a critique when you don't actually know the mechanisms of what's going on with these people? You don't. Because how about if I start making judgment? Where's he? Is he Cuban? Is that right?
Well, he's American, but parents are from Cuba. Former.
All right, right. How about if I start talking about Cuba and making these analysis of Cuba? I would sound pretty bad if I don't know anything about Cuba. I say, you know what Cuba is? It's Scarface. That's the reality. It's these gangsters who come from Cuba, who come over. You know what Cuba is? It's Red Dawn. It's Scarface. It's all of these like evil terrorist type people that come in and they're degenerates and they're evil, violent people. I could make that claim. And I actually probably would do a better job than him because that actually is about Cubans. This guy doesn't know anything about Palestinians. So it's not that I'm an academic or a scholar. It's that like I actually know something about this type of thing. Like I know the people. I actually know Arabic too. You know what I mean? I've studied Arabic too. So that's like a limitation that this person doesn't have either. So it's like, how can you make these critiques when you don't even know these cultures? You don't know anything about Israel and you don't know anything about Palestine. So better to probably stay out of stuff that you don't know about, you know, instead of being like a huge snob, you know? And I liked your position. You were humble. You're like, look, I don't like this. I'm a pacifist. I don't believe in violence, but this kind of violence now looks really bad and I'm against it. And it looks like it's something really terrible. I'm like, yeah, that's a reasonable position. There's nothing wrong with that. You know?
But I would be in the same situation if like there was someone with a clear military dominance attacking someone who barely has an army or is barely fighting back or whatever, right? I understand.
It'd be the same thing.
I understand self-defense because there are bad people, whatever. But I don't understand now that the situation seems to be largely under control, how they keep basically pounding these people into submission. So I don't see a solution to this. I would delegate this to people who, number one, care more than I do, and have a broader regional and historical and all of the aspects that go into this that I don't care for one bit.
And I think that's a good position. I think it's an honest position. It's an honorable position. You know, you're saying, look, at my limitations, this is what I view for this particular topic. But yeah. I'm saying with this person knows nothing about this subject. It's just like, oh, I saw it on the media and I feel a certain kind of way. And I'm like, I can say I looked at Fidel Castro on Cuba and look how terrible it is and look how evil communism is. I can make these same types of radical arguments based on being ignorant and not knowing anything. You know,
Basil, you're not keeping up, dude. I did say, and everyone knows that my position is that the three big religion books are mythology. Yeah, you're using fiction as like a short handle for anything that is not a scientific paper.
which is a useless
Yes.
declaration.
I think they're mythology. I think they are mythology. In the same way that my country has a folk story about there's a tree that we call ear of a black person. And there's a whole associated story about the origins of that tree. It's actually called Timbo. And there's a whole folk story about that. And yeah, I don't believe the story, but I know the story, and it's whatever, right? But yeah, I think that religions are mythology. That's it. That everyone knows that's my position.
Yeah, the argument isn't to you; it's towards me.
I know.
It obviously he keeps targeting you because he's trying to get to me. That's the point. I'm sure you got that already. It's not about you. It's clear that you don't believe those things.
I think he's super triggered right now, and that is funny
he's
as
triggered
hell.
because I don't agree with. I don't agree. I find his position to be nonsense, and it's tragic because he can't actually. All he can say is, "Oh, that's stupid." No, he's not actually engaging my arguments because he doesn't know how to, and that he's just saying, "You're not an academic," and I'm like, "Yeah, because you're out of your league, bro. Like you're debating something that you don't know anything about." You don't know about geopolitical regions. You don't know about these different cultures. You don't know about anything about religion. And you're like, yeah, man, I'm a neo-atheist. Like all religions are stupid, bro. They're all like dumb, and they're dumb because like God's not real. Because, you know, like there's a problem of evil. And, you know, like there's this thing called science, and it means you're smart if you know science, man. Like that makes you really cool. You want to smoke with my doobie, bro? Like that's what I hear when I hear this. I'm just like, it's so low grade, it's so low tier, and
Wait,
laughs at it, you know.
Hold on. Where did that doobie, like, hey, you want to smoke some doobies and make some experiments? Like, what the hell?
Well, the reason it is because it's like the hyper lefty liberal caricature.
I know.
It's a liberal caricature. It's like I'm so smarter than everyone, you know, and I'm having my pod and I'm going into existential mode. Like, yeah, I know it. It's silly and it's ridiculous, you know.
Oh, Basil, you're so triggered because Isa never said that.
And it's why I never engaged it because I said you have to answer the question.
What are you talking about? What do you mean Isa is anti-science? He's not anti-science. Dude, Basil, you're super triggered to the point that you're not making sense.
Well, the funny thing is, if I was anti-science, why would I go to school? Like,
right?
School is based on science. Like, whether you study liberal arts or you study you study social sciences or hard sciences, you do realize when you go to college, you have to study hard sciences too. That's a part of the program of getting like a bachelor's degree. Like you have to learn other stuff. You have to take like chemistry and biology. Like you have to do that in order to graduate.
Yes.
It's like sad. I'm like, it's sad. This is like a really like, you know what? I'm actually enjoying this. This is so ridiculous. It's like something from SNL. Like this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Tell Lisa I'm smoking a cigarette. Oh. Unmod me. No. Dude. Triggered Basil is way more fun.
I you know what? I'm actually really sorry. I think I just I kind of really won this situation, and that's why he's like it's a poor puppy with the between his legs. I'm so sorry.
Like, unmod me so I can leave. Like, how does that change anything? You know, you can just go Alt F4 and go away, and the mod will still be there, and nothing else will happen. But the fact that you can't get over it, that is just like, oh, the fact that your own OCD is telling your brain that you need to be unmodded before you can leave this space is just hilarious. Highlight of my week.
The funny thing is, I really love atheists, like, because it's my family. Like, how could I not love atheists? You know what I mean?
Right.
And these are like the most like noble, great people I've met who really care about like love and care and compassion. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't have this like issue at all with atheism, but I do have like an issue with like hubris and arrogance, like where people are like, I'm so smart and I know everything. And then you're like, you haven't even worked to learn anything or know anything. And it's like, that to me is like, yo, bro, like, how would you feel? Like if someone starts lecturing you about Uruguay, they've never learned anything about Uruguay, but then they try to maybe they watched like a video on some movie about Uruguay, right? And they start talking to you about Uruguay like they're like an expert of it. You'd be like, what the heck are you talking about, bro?
It happened when people told me, oh, like, yeah, Uruguay is the whitest country in South America. It's like, well, yeah, on paper, yes, but have you met the people here? It's not a reality. It doesn't reflect what you see on the street. And yeah, people have tried to lecture me about Uruguay, and it's funny as hell. All right, let's keep it going a little bit more, and because yeah, the last half hour of the Basel show, it got a little bit away from us. And yes, because Basel bought his range for 100, and he wants it removed, so that's 200.
So you're just spinning your own wacky quacky interpretations upon the Quran, pretending you don't know Arabic. Okay, but but now I'm gonna finish you off here. Okay, so let me just go ahead, and I want to make it very.
Hold on. I got it. 1 second. Where is it? There we go.
And this is the connection is still connected. Still connected to the ground. The thing turns like an.
Yeah, we got it, Nadir. You're going to finish him off.
I can't believe it. It sounds like this is like a martial arts movie or like a movie. I'm gonna finish you off. And I'm like, with what? You haven't even established anything to start the finish. You haven't established a start. How are you gonna get to a finish, bro?
No, yeah, this is bad. Nadir, even for you, this is holy shit. I hope you watch this debate back and feel total embarrassment about yourself, Nadir.
Clear. Now all those alleged scientific errors he's bombarding me with, please, I haven't been able to. I'm trying to address.
4th time he says that.
One issue at a time. Then I'll swing back.
Doesn't know any of them. That's the point. That's his argument. I don't know any of these arguments. So you've been bombarding me because then if I keep saying that, then I don't actually have to address the arguments that were presented.
Yeah, and that's where I wish Muhammad would have been a little bit more aggressive and counted like, oh, this is the 4th time. This is the 4th time that you'll that you have said the same thing. Nadir, why don't you avoid saying it a 5th time and actually try to respond to at least one of those arguments? And the reason why Nadir is doing this, because there is no rebuttal. And Basel, no, you have to pay the 200 to be unmodded, not everyone else. You bought your range. You know how when sometimes some products you buy them and then if you want to return them, they charge you a restocking fee? Yeah, that's this case exactly. You bought your range. Now, if you want to return it, restocking fee. And that's where they get you.
And I will address each one, even though I don't know. I don't have to. I don't know. I don't have to. Why? Torah has all those scientific errors. Okay, worse than that. And as you can see, he cannot refute that. It didn't say Quran alone. It said Quran and Torah. And so God knew it had errors in it. Okay, so but I don't have. That's why I'm like pushing that whole issue of alleged scientific errors away because it's irrelevant.
No, it's not. You're pushing it away because you can't address it. And that gets you 5 things.
All these issues you are bringing up against it has this in it, it had this problem in it, then don't be a Muslim. Because that is what Allah is asking you and telling you to follow. If you don't like it, go find some other religion.
I need to do a bit more digging into the context because based on my experience of interacting with Nadir, I'm pretty sure that he's just cherry picking the argument, that he cherry picked a verse. And that's why I asked the context of that verse. But I guess Kaja is not here and Huda didn't remember the context from memory, which is fine.
What was the question?
Well, he showed that verse that he keeps going back to, the one that talks about. Let me see. Hold on. 57. Let me make a note here. 57:42. That's where we are now. And the verse that Nadir showed was this one.
It's compelling.
The Quran, only people are.
No,
Okay, let's see.
This one, 28:49. Say, O prophet, bring then a scripture from Allah, which is a better guide than these two, so I may follow it, if your claim is true. And the previous verse reads, but when the truth came out to them from us, they said, if only he was given the like of what Moses had been given. Did they not deny what had been given to Moses earlier? They claimed both scriptures are works of magic supporting each other, adding, we truly deny both.
So this is actually a problem for him on another position, because he believes that the Torah, the Zabur, and the Injil are corrupted.
Corrupted, yeah.
This is the opposite.
Yeah.
It says the opposite. So I'm like, brother, you don't want to bring up this argument because this actually refutes you on another more core doctrine. And the Quran only is not saying that the Torah is false. That's not the position of. So he doesn't even know the argument of Quran only. I actually put this in the debate that's why I actually asked my super chat. I said, can you steelman this? He couldn't steelman it because he doesn't know the argument. He thinks that Quran only is like that they just believe in the Quran. The position of Quran only is a rejection of Hadith. That's what they're saying. They're not saying we don't believe in Torah, Zabur, and Injil.
Right.
A lot of them probably take the same position of corruption as the Sunnis do, but really what Quran only means is that they don't agree with, they think the Hadith as a system is fraudulent. And they would take a scholar like Joshua Little who critiques the Hadith. He has a whole thesis against the Hadith. So
yeah, which funnily enough, Nadir, you were puffing your chest at the beginning of the debate. Why don't you debate Joshua?
Oh, he would be destroyed. He could not be, because he's actually would be dealing with an academic. He doesn't know. Dr. Joshua Little knows Arabic really well, and he knows the Hadith. Like, he's a PhD, and he challenges Aisha's age. There's no way Nadir would have even a ghost of a chance with that.
Yeah, but Nadir invokes Bart Ehrman for the Christians. Like, why don't you go to the equivalent of Bart Ehrman when it comes to Islamic studies and see how you do, Nadir, if you are the godsend to debating that you think you are. Chisa, please, says, can people donate to increase Basil's rent removal fee? Yes, absolutely.
These like bats and other animals which have things. From the bats came the COVID. It has the cure to save all of humanity. Why is Hadith better than even the Quran? Because you are.
That is so shirk. That is so shirk. Someone should make a song about how shirk that statement is.
Urinating upon yourself. And that's perfectly normal.
Hold on. No, let me go back to 5742.
God knew it had errors in it. Okay, so but I don't have. That's why I'm like pushing that whole issue of alleged scientific errors away because it's irrelevant. All these issues you are bringing up against Hadith, it has this in it. It had this problem in it. Then don't be a Muslim, because that is what Allah is asking.
Or he can do what he does already and just believe the Quran alone. I mean, I would have a little spoiler alert for both. The Quran absolutely has contradictions. So,
but the thing is, you could do reconciliations like you could do with the Bible. There's ways you can do this type of stuff. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't. But you know that I don't buy those either.
Oh no, I get that, but those reconciliations are for religious people. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You don't have to believe in that, but for the religious people, like for example, when like the gospel has the two different accounts of what happens to Judas Iscariot. They reconcile it. Cool. That's fine. That's in their own system. You can say, I don't agree because I don't believe that makes sense. That's their premise of that's their internal thing. And I think it's totally fine to reject it and just say, yeah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
And then you can say, well, in one verse, the Quran says you can drink alcohol. In another one, it says you can't. And they're all in the Quran has things all over the place. Which thing is accurate? Which thing is not? You know, like, yeah. I think you can challenge that if you want to. I don't see any problem with that. You know?
No, I mean, yeah, that's kind of my thing usually, and the explanations that we have for that are, to me, they're just cope. Like, for example, the Jesus born of a virgin, which is a complete misunderstanding of the original content. You have to literally ignore the chapter that sentence is on, and you have to look at a sentence in isolation and then lie about the translation of the word that is used. So to me, that is just coping. I know that people do that and find that convincing. It just doesn't.
And I think that's fair. I think that
It doesn't
I don't
resonate with me. I don't think that's a good argument at all. Basil, for $5, thank you so much. Can you do a poll to determine what fraction of your audience is an academic? Isa doesn't count. Okay, I think most people are not. But we do have sometimes Professor Phil Bell was here earlier, and we have PhD Tony. And dude, now that you bring that up,
find this really
you know that it's
so seriously. You take his comments so seriously. I'm impressed.
I do. You know that it fills me with so much pride and joy that I can entertain people who are objectively smarter than I am, right? Like Professor Phil Bell and PhD Tony. No one would argue, no one would dispute that they're smarter than me, right? But they still get out something out of this channel because they keep coming back and they enjoy it. And that fills me with joy. And I love that. But I will indulge you. Start a poll. Are you an academic? Yes, no, start poll. And I am going to vote no, because I'm not I can't vote. I'll use my other account. I'll vote here. All right.
Asking you and telling you to follow. If you don't like it, go find some other religion. Very simple. So the Quran made it very clear, follow the ayats. See, he was not able to deny that the scientifically correct statements are not ayats. Those are indeed could.
Ayat, those are Quran verses, correct? Isa?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. I was.
No, it's okay. Ayat, those are Quran verses or chapters.
That's correct. So an ayah, literally in Arabic, means a sign. So an ayah is a sign, but technically what you're talking about, these are like the verses within the Quran. So the chapters are called surah.
The surah.
And the ayah are the verses.
Okay, perfect.
And then you can even go deeper. There's a thing called juz. So there are 30 juz. So there are like 30 sections. So the Quran has a lot of different kinds of segmentations, but primarily you're using surah and
ayat, yeah.
And ayat.
Like we use chapter and verse.
Exactly.
Yeah. Probing Time said, I'm almost regretting blocking Basil. This all sounds kind of entertaining. And Basil for $2 said, Probing Time, you're missing out, mate. That's Basil is such a baffling, because sometimes he makes funny jokes and sometimes he's just a complete douche. But I guess that's why I kind of like Basil. It's okay.
Only have come from God. He was not able to deny that because it's just so clear and
please vote on the poll. Vote on the poll.
Obvious that a human being could not have been the author of that. But he has alleged problems with the hadith. Well, who cares about your problems with hadith? Either you accept what Allah is showing you to be followed true or not. Now I'm going to show you one more miracle. It says over here, this is the whole argument. I'll get to you about the orgasm thing, but it said the Prophet
Spoiler, 5th time that he says that he will get to it. Spoiler alert, he doesn't get to it ever.
Son would wash his hands before he would eat. You know, now this is a scientific miracle. We do that all today, but guess what?
That is not a scientific miracle. Nadir.
You can ask what a miracle is. Like, I think that has to be deconstructed. He keeps using this word miracle. What is a miracle?
Yeah. But Nadir, there are tribes that lived in isolation, the Piraha, and they have their own they have their own like hygiene customs and rituals. So like Nadir, it would be self-evident for anyone that if you're having your hands dirty and you don't have like utensils to eat, that you would at the very least rinse the dirt of your hands with water. If you're an ancient person, right? That you would rinse the dirt of your hands with water so that you don't put like dirt on your food. Like that is self-evident, Nadir. It's you calling it a miracle.
It's common sense.
Asinine. Dragon Sword for $2.99 Australian dollars says, I want to keep Basil. He's priceless. Yes, he is.
Scientists, I mean, there was a time when people didn't do that. Doctors used to not wash the.
Do you remember that ad? This costs this amount. This costs this amount. This has no cost. I think it was a MasterCard. I remember the ad in like Spanish. Para todo lo demás, for everything else, you have MasterCard.
Their hands before they would deliver a baby, resulting in the death of many babies. This is a reference right here on your screen. But the Quran and the Hadith said to wash your hands.
Nadir, it was until like the 1800s that the whole washing of hands became like an actual thing because someone discovered germs. Basil for another $5. Thank you so much. Says another poll: mod or unmod Basil? You must follow the result. Nah, I don't think so.
I know that even if you did, they're not going to want to unmod him because that will trigger him. So that will make them happy.
Yeah. You know what, Basil? We'll do it some other day when we have more people. Yagi Chandan for £2. Thank you so much. Says, can we keep Basil as our gimp?
Before you eat, and this has been recognized by the WHO, and the Hadith has been as a great guide.
Don't leave me, Basilito. No, Basilito, perdón.
So the challenge remains. I don't care, even if we were to agree with all these alleged scientific contradictions, which I haven't got a chance to address. The answer still remains, the issue still remains. It is a greatest guidance of all of mankind, and that's why I follow it, because the catastrophic consequences of not following that.
No, Nadir, and let's think in isolation. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's suppose the Quran never happened. We would still have the same scientific progress that we have today. We would just not have the Quran, because when the scientific method was starting to be discovered by the ancients, as for example, when the Chinese discovered gunpowder, that was rudimentary, if you want, a rudimentary version of the scientific process. So humans have been doing science since like forever, right? Since we figured out that if we grabbed a stone and another stone, you could chip off pieces of stone and make a that then if you make a lance, a spear, and if you attack an animal with that, you can kill the animal a lot easier, right? That is a very rudimentary process, but it is scientific in nature. It's like, okay, what happens if I do this? If I rub a hard stone against a soft stone, I can chip off pieces and that makes a sharp edge. What can I use this sharp edge for? Oh, okay, I'll tie it to the end of a rope. That will give me more reach against this dangerous animal, and now I can kill them easier. And from there, all the way up to particle accelerators. That's all scientific. Nadir, if we didn't have the Quran, we would still have particle accelerators. I have no doubt about that. And I don't think that you could make any convincing argument to the contrary of that fact. We don't need
I don't
the
think he
Quran.
knows what a particle accelerator even is.
That's true. Right?
Hadith are so severe. That is the ayat of Allah. The Quran said, follow the ayat. It said he would protect his reminder, not the Quran alone. And the reminder
Astaghfirullah.
is the hadith. So you bring.
Was that Kaja?
It was.
Kaja, get in here.
He said, astaghfirullah.
What is that?
It means I seek refuge. I seek forgiveness from Allah. Astaghfirullah.
Astaghfirullah.
Yeah.
I need a couple more times to remember that one.
Basically, the statement is like, this thing is so crazy. I need help from Allah to like be able to handle this madness that's being stated.
Nice.
Up all these issues, blasting me with all these issues of hadith. At this point, you are denying the guidance which Allah has asked you to follow. Go ahead.
Sure. I appreciate your AI overview over there of your
Yes, good call out there. I approve.
question. You're saying, well, I cannot have the answers for all of this stuff. God says in chapter 17, verse 36, and I'm reading the Great Quran by the correctional officer, Baba Shuaiba. So it says here, and do not pursue what you have no knowledge about. Indeed, the hearing, the eyesight, and the mind, all of those will be accountable thereof. So if you have no knowledge in what is actually being told to you, and your religion is a rational religion, rationally, you cannot accept that nonsense. Like, bro, this is where the argument fails. Can we take him off screen? No, it's all good. So when the Quran is consistently presenting itself as the ultimate guide, and God is saying in the Quran that the remembrance is within the Quran, Nadir has to present to me from the book of God where it is pointing me out of that remembrance that God has sent us. He's not telling us that the hadith contains remembrance. In fact, unanimously, Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, remembrance is meant by the Quran. This man is presenting his own idea and he just wants to talk about science, but anything that is being presented to him that goes against his ideology, God tells us in the Quran that people like him are deaf, dumb, and blind, that God has sealed their hearts. This man has absolutely no problem to throw the book of God under the bus for this garbage that they keep trying to shovel down our throats.
Forget.
Dang, that's rough.
Yeah. Forget the counter arguments. I mean, Muhammad beat you again, Nadir, just with that statement. Because you are literally throwing the Quran under the bus. You said that the hadith is better than the Quran. You said it like 3 times. Dude, oh my.
That permits child marriages, that permits sex with slaves, that permits rape, that permits all of the things that are immoral.
Sorry, go ahead.
This is rough. Muhammad has given this man no quarter. It's actually really sad.
Yeah. In some aspects, yes. He let him do a little bit of stuff that would have pressed him harder on, like the running away from explaining those things.
But when he goes hard, he goes hard.
Yeah, but
he's like, I am slaying you. He's like, dude, you're rejecting Islam as a whole, you know? And he's like, dude, you're supporting all these evil things and you're like smiling here and that's okay. He's like, my position is superior because I don't support evil. Bro, you support evil. You supporting this stuff means you support evil. You need to get out of here with that. I was like, dang, man, that's rough.
This is all in the hadith because it's written for political reasons. Your whole concept of isnad is built upon a circle jerk of men saying that this guy is trustworthy and this guy is not trustworthy. The Quranic standards for testimony is 2 witnesses. 90% of your hadith is a single witness. So it's all nonsense that is not acceptable in the court of law with God's standard. So your hadith book, it equals garbage, and it produces garbage human beings. And I'm sorry, but everything that you have presented to me, it's showing some clear cognitive dissonance where you're not even capable of tracing what the Quran is saying anymore.
That's the time. I'll reset whenever you're ready, Nadir. Go ahead.
Okay, no, the Hadith does not promote child marriage. It does. There's no sex slaves and there's no rape. You are just.
Dude, saying nah is like terrible. It is a terrible position, man.
I mean, I think it's slightly better than when someone brings to Nadir a Sahih Hadith and he's like, nah, that's a fake Hadith. Like, how the fuck do you know that? But yeah, no, this is Nadir has actively found the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, Islam versus Islam. He really looks bad here, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's one place where he did better than Muhammad in this. Like, not even one place.
No. I still hold some hope that Nadir can actually win a debate sometime. I'm crossing my fingers, hoping that this fool can one day win a debate.
Oh,
I
there's
would
one he
love.
could do. If he debates against child marriage, I think he'll win. That's a debate he could win.
But yeah, well, because he doesn't hold the position, but does he have like
good arguments? Yeah,
like good arguments. Yeah, I mean,
Probably not.
I don't at this point. I don't think Nadir could win a flat earth debate. Yeah, Nadir is creeping up to like the top of my worst debaters on the globe list.
So, do you want him to debate Matthew Hakim? Because that seems to be your favorite.
Oh my God, that would be amazing. Yes. Can we? Oh my fucking God, can we make that happen?
Yeah, we should. That would be pretty amazing.
You can. Hakim likes you, so maybe you can convince him.
Well, what would be the topic they would be debating, though?
About the shape of the Earth.
So Nadir believes in a globe. I don't know if Nadir believes a flat Earth.
I think so. I mean, he makes scientific arguments for the Quran. The science says that the Earth is a globe, so he would have to, unless he's a complete hypocrite. But let's get working on that.
Well, we'd have to see if Nadir would come here, because when I messaged him, he's like, "I'm not coming."
Well, but he knows that he can't debate against me, so that's why. But he wouldn't be debating against me. I can even let you, or we can get Dr. J to moderate, right?
That would be awesome.
That would be pretty cool. That two of the worst debaters on the globe going head to head. That would be epic. All right. Let's let's go here. Oh boy, that was a doozy. If you want to finish watching that, the link is obviously in the description. Let's do final thoughts and we'll be on our way because I am hungry. Isa, Kaja, wait, Kaja, guests first. You there, my friend? How you doing? I guess not. I guess, hold on. Hey, Kaja, you there? Guess not. All right, Isa, final thoughts.
Oh boy, that was a legendary debate.
Epic.
I am so glad we reviewed it. I wish you went to we need to go to the part about, maybe at some point we can look at the part, maybe we could do that before we end. Go to the part of the question and answers where my question gets brought up about steel manning. And I think that sums up everything, where Nadir cannot steel man Muhammad's position. Oh my God. It's like, I read what Nadir had to say and I was like, bro, like, I see what your argument is, but that's not compelling. Like, the Quran only does not mean that these other things don't hold. The point is, he's saying for like religion and stuff, you go to the Quran only. You can believe in science and math and all that stuff. That doesn't go against what Quran only is. I think Nadir has to understand. That's one of his problems, is he doesn't really understand what his interlocutor is arguing. And that really hurts him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think. Oh, sorry.
Arguing about that. Steelman 217. Okay.
I think this is a curb stomp battle.
Oh boy,
yeah. Muhammad really. I don't think there's any place that Nadir had any strength. His opening didn't represent Quran only. I don't think he even knows what Quran only is, which is a problem. You're debating something where you don't even know what your opponent's position is, which makes you look really bad.
Yeah.
Nadir, I want him to like be successful. Like I would love to see him do really well in a debate, but like he has to have some humility, and he has to really like learn what his opponent believes in, and he has to study. Like I don't think he actually studies his opponents. Like he did that debate with the Ward and I, and he about like slavery, and it was just like it was devastating. It was devastating.
Destroyed. Yeah, I remember that.
And the problem is like the Ward and I's position is already stronger because Jesus and his apostles were mystics, right? So they wouldn't have been engaging in slavery, right? But Nadir believes in the Hadith. The Hadith does have enslaving of people. Muhammad can negate that and say, well, we don't believe in slavery because the Hadith, the Quran does not promote slavery. That's just in the Hadith. You get what I mean? So that hurts Nadir. Like Nadir actually was in a weaker position, and he was just like, look how terrible the Hebrew slavery was. And I'm like, yeah, but Christians don't believe in that. Like a Christian can easily make the argument that these are mystics that didn't have. They said they were told to give away their cloak if someone desired it. Like they did not have a system of slavery. None of the heroes of Christianity had slaves, and they didn't engage in the slave trade. So like you could, if you're a Christian, you can easily dismantle that like from the text, right? The only argument to say was, well, Paul said something to someone, and I'm like, that's very weak. That's a very weak position, and it doesn't really present it because you would have to have precedent that Paul himself had slaves. He didn't. He wasn't wealthy. Like if the position was true, like you couldn't hold it. So he did really bad in that debate, and he just like, look how bad the pre-Hebrews were, and I'm like, Nadir, you're in trouble because the Torah is the premise of the Quran. Like it's like you will argue about with things when it benefits you, and then you'll throw it away when it hurts your argument. I'm like, this debate, he is affirming the Torah, and he's saying, well, the Quran only is bad because you have to believe in the Torah. And I'm like, dude, then you have to believe in the Torah, and then your whole position on slavery falls apart because that's where the slavery is in the Torah. So it's like, it's just like it's an epic fail. Like everything's an epic fail. It's like there's not one place where he has strength in his positions. It's all really, really weak. And I'm not really impressed by the arguments. Like even just from other debates, like I'm trying to think of like where did he do really well? Like the miracles he keeps repeating. Like the thing is, like I feel like Nadir's like a broken record. He just keeps repeating the same points over and over and over again, and then thinking people will buy it. Like wacky quacky. I'm like, this isn't going to persuade you that this is true, dude. Like you have to like tighten up your argument. Go and say, here, like if we're going to pimp Nadir's argument, the first position I would take if I was Nadir is I'd be like, in Islam, why Sunni Islam is superior, because that's what this is about. It's Sunni Islam versus Quran only Islam.
Yes.
The position I would say is, look, Sunni Islam is superior because we have a lot more mechanisms that work and make our religion consistent. With the Quran only, you're missing a lot of context that the Hadith provide and the tafsir and all of these other sources provide. Thus, that's usually any Sunni's argument against Quran only.
Tafsir is the commentary, right?
It's like exegesis. It explains what the Quran is saying. So we need these supplemental sources because it helps us understand what the religion's about. If we throw the supplemental sources out, we lose the context of the religion, right?
Yeah.
So that is the issue. That's the primary issue. Like he didn't engage the argument, which would have helped.
That's a fair argument. If I were in the opposing, then that would mean that the Quran is not clear enough, but I mean, you would have to be a non-Muslim to be able to make that argument, right?
Well,
As a non-Muslim, you could say it's like, oh, well, then you're admitting that the Quran is not enough, and you need supplemental materials.
and I think that would be a good position from the Quran only. Like that would be a good counter from the Quran only. That is a great argument. Where the counter argument would be, well, if the Quran is the word of God, why would you need these extra sources? So I think Muhammad, even so, is stronger. You know, like he has a good rebuttal. I'm just saying that would be the best position because you're saying Islam is a whole holistic system that needs everything to work as parts. So the Quran is a big part, but the Hadith is a part, the tafsir, the fiqh, all of this stuff works together as in tandem. The jurisprudence, that's what fiqh is. All of this stuff works together as a unified, like a body. Like we have all the cells that work together that make us, you know, we have our organs, we have our tissues, you know, we have our cells, and they all work together to make us us. And that's what Islam is. You need all these components to make Islam work. That's the kind of argument that I think a Sunni Muslim has to make. But I think you make you would make a very good Quranist where you're like, the God's word needs other stuff to make it work. Are you kidding me? And I think that would be hard. Like, how do you rebut that? I don't know. Like, that is a very difficult rebuttal. I think that is a very fair position. And I mean, I guess if I were to rebut myself and building on the analogy that I think you built that is great, is that there are priorities. So if we take a look at a human body as the analogy, right, then you would have the brain be the Quran, but the brain is not capable of pumping blood. So you need a brain as like the central processing unit, but you also need a heart. And then you have less important things like your skin. You can scratch your skin and it will regenerate and grow back or leave a scar or whatever. But you will not die if a piece of skin is removed from you. In that sense, you can establish a hierarchy where the Quran would act as the brain of the body, and the Hadith, what's the word? I'm sorry for the tafsir and all of that would be important organs, but lower in the hierarchy. I would say, because like say if you have a heart, you have the whole body, but you don't have a brain, you don't have a human, right? Yeah, I feel you.
I think that's a way that you could. I don't know how convincing that would be, but
it wouldn't be convincing. I totally thought about that. I think your position is right, but that's why you couldn't use that in the debate because a Quran only person would be like, "Are you kidding me?" So you're basically your whole argument's on life support. You need all of this stuff on life support. I got the Quran. I got everything. This is the word of God. Yeah. The word of God doesn't need life support. Your position's on life support. And my position is not. So even if I grant you everything, you're finished. And I think that it's very hard. It's a very hard route. And I think, I don't think Nadir really had an argument. The point is you can't just make art. Like Nadir is making arguments, but he's not making persuasive arguments. Like the argument that I read that he provided does not deconstruct Quran only. You know what I mean? The thing is, and Muhammad said it. He's like, I don't have slavery. And then Nadir was like, oh, there's slavery. There's no slavery. There's none of this stuff. And I'm like, just claiming that does not prove your statement to true. You have to disprove that. You have to engage those hadith that do say these things. There are hadith that say this stuff. So it's like and even like the ward and I brought up these hadith, like the 2 slaves for the 1 slave, right? Yeah. And Nadir really had no counter. He's like, it was stopping slavery. I'm like, Nadir, who are you fooling, man? Like that sounds like 1984 Minister of Propaganda stuff. Like it says that stuff. You be honest with it and engage it, you know?
Yeah, but he can't because he's not good at debating. He just says something, a very lazy argument, which he gets from AI, and think that is the ultimate word on a subject. But it's completely oblivious. Even when he gets like perfectly rebutted, his mental capacity is not enough to understand that he's wrong. It's either hubris or ego or just, I don't know, maybe brain damage or whatever. But yeah, he's not there. Like, it's not his thing to rebut. All right. Wait, we have this, and we'll do this, and then we'll be on our way, given that we gave our final thoughts. I think this is the time.
So he wants both of you guys to say what you think, in the best faith possible, what you think your opponent's position are. Muhammad, you can go first.
Sure. So my opponent is arguing that he believes the Quran has issued a challenge that for somebody to produce something better than the Torah, okay? And he's saying that the Quran is complementing the Torah because whatever reason he has. And he's claiming that the Hadith is a better representation than what the Torah is. And then he goes and says, well, we found certain things that align with science discovery. And therefore now we have to accept the whole thing, okay? That's his steel man position from what I understood. I'm sorry if I didn't understand it.
Yeah. The position of my opponent here is that, the Hadith is so bad. It's got so many contradictions in it. It talks about child marriage. It talks about all these, bad things. It cannot be followed. You cannot follow this book. So, and also there's so many verses of the Quran, which tells me this is enough for me to follow. So therefore, why should I follow a bad book, and when the Quran is telling me that, this is good enough for you.
All right. Well, there's nothing about arguing about that, steel man.
How did I do? Did I do a good job, Muhammad?
No, because you didn't actually address any of the verses.
No, I'm steel manning your position. Did I do a good job of understanding what you believe?
My position is the Quran told me not to believe in anything after the Quran. So even if it was a perfect book from God, it's not for me.
Okay.
So I wasn't arguing in regards to its contradictions, but you're the one who wants to bring that stuff up. So I completely showed you.
We'll watch back the tapes, everybody. Either way. Sami Farsane says, Muhammad, the Quran says...
Oh, that was Samir. What? I was going to say something and I forgot. Well, never mind. All righty. With that, love you all. Wait, hold on. What am I doing? Let's go here. And here. Make sure to social thing is like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street and yell, subscribe to Yerba Mate Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. Tomorrow we might do something earlier. No idea what yet, but we will. And I don't know what time. Sorry. I don't know what time, but MC Toon will have Josh Monday, an interview with him. So I'll be on the lookout for that. And yeah, I think that's all of it. Oh, wait, no. Krakatoum said, where is it? He said that he was 40 minutes away by train from the town of Basel. Where is that? I almost forget about this. Good thing I scrolled up. Basel for $5. Thank you so much. Says, guys, reminder, Duffy is a polar explorer and Isa is an academic. I mean, you can cry about it. And we will always laugh about the silly claim that Will Duffy made that he's a polar explorer. But Isa is an academic. You can cry about it all you want, but it won't change the fact.
So,
all righty.
Can you tell me about Will Duffy? What is that? I don't know that lore. I'm
not familiar. Will Duffy was the guy, you know who he is, right? The guy that did...
is he a pastor?
Yes. The guy that
I saw him at DebateCon.
Yeah.
He looked very sad. He looked very upset when I was there. I was like, oh, wow.
No idea. But he was the one that paid for the final experiment. And then there was, like, in a video, the guy obviously accomplished everything that he set out to do and so on. So they're there, like, hanging out in a little room. And Duffy goes like, guys, we can now say that we're polar explorers. And that is, it's silly because they didn't explore jack shit.
It's cute. It's just a cute.
We can laugh at that.
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's not like actually literally real.
I think he meant it a little bit seriously, but
Oh, you think
obviously,
so?
yeah, obviously in the bliss of just being to Antarctica and like destroying flat Earth and whatever, right? Obviously, it's a cheeky thing. We can laugh about it, but whether you like it or not, Isa is an academic. You can suck it.
So the question is like, what did they do? Like, I didn't see all the stuff. Did they actually walk around with parkas and stuff? Like, were they doing that or?
Well, yeah, they did a lot of observations. They did a measurement. Toon built like a sundial, a 24-hour sundial, and yeah, they did a lot of stuff.
No, it sounds like a vacation.
Yeah, pretty much. But when we refer to explorers, we typically mean that people that venture into the unknown. When when you pay a ticket and you go to a place and the planes are there, everything is there, the infrastructure is there, that's not really exploring, is it?
Yeah, you're not like really looking. Like, I guess when you're talking about like a mountain climber, and then you think of someone who goes like to a rock climbing gym where you have like the harnesses and stuff, and you're like, that's not the same as someone who goes to Mount Everest and like climbs up like the rugged.
Yeah, and explorers. Unfortunately, we have explored the whole fucking planet. There's very little to actually explore anymore.
No.
The bottom of the ocean is one of the biggest frontiers, right? But I mean, yeah, the era of explorers is over. And it's cheeky. We can laugh about that. But sadly, Basil, the whole Isa being an academic, that is not... you just look like a fool.
Yeah, he really wants to keep talking about that. It's kind of funny.
Wow. All right. With that, we're off. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Take care. Have a great night. Bye-bye.